I mean, she's very successful. Let me check my audio. So, do you have any more friends you want to introduce me to?
Not right now. Right
Hmm.
now, like since the last time I've spoken to you, I've been dealing with this like bullshit. So I haven't had a lot of time to just like play around on Discord and be having like conversations. It's just been like a bunch of shit about my ex, like the one who was grooming children. Like he's trying to groom children again, basically. So the kids reached out to me because someone told them you better just talk to her because she's the one who knows everything about this. And yeah, it's been a shit show, and it's been like frustrating because apparently Vegan World's been just allowing him to come back in there on an alt and say it's not him. And then this like 28-year-old woman is defending him and said having sex with a minor isn't as bad as not being vegan, so she doesn't care.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're such assholes.
Amazing.
I'm just like ashamed of them and like embarrassed for other people. And like I don't understand how it was a thing because like they already had banned that woman before for like harassing other people. So I don't understand why they let her in there now and basically let her like condone child grooming and like sex with minors. Because like people were posting like, "Hey, this guy is like a known pedophile," and they were posting some of the like text messages that document him grooming children and prove it. And he's still like getting away with it. He was in DC like today, like just active there.
Mm.
And she just defends him, and then she tells these other kids, these kids are like 13 years old, mind you, she's 28. She tells them to kill themselves, and
Whoa.
these are already vegans.
Hmm.
Like they're vegan, they agree with basically her. And then like also I need you to remember the fact my ex, who is like this pedophile, he's not vegan. He actually has a job where he uses like refrigeration trucks, and he takes meat from like the supplier to the buyer, you know, so basically supplies like restaurants with meat and like other facilities, like, you know, maybe even takes stuff into the butcher sometimes. Like that's what those types of trucks are for. And he wouldn't have certain licenses if it wasn't for that, you know what I mean? Like I looked into this very heavily.
Hmm. So, it sounds like the vegan community is toxic.
Yeah, pardon me for a second, my dog
Hmm.
just calms down, but if she barks at me or she bites me again, I'm gonna have to take her into another room.
Hmm.
She's all wound up because he just left, so she tends to act a little bit worse when she's alone.
Do you want to join me on StreamYard, or is it too difficult?
It's too difficult. I have to keep it open the whole time to be able to talk to you, and then I can't use my phone.
Hmm. So, what do you think about about life.
It's basically just water.
Life is just water.
I thought you said Bud Light.
No, I said life.
Like it's got like not much of a flavor. It's not too late. It's not too like dark.
Hmm.
Life, I don't know. Right now, I'm just kind of like pissed. Like this whole situation with these people kind of um does the opposite of restoring my faith in humanity. You know what I mean?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
saying this.
okay.
Yeah, the situation, it makes me feel bad about humanity, man. And like the direction we're going, and I hate this community. That's why I'm not even like part of it. It feels like I'm part of like some sort of anti-community because this is the type of shit they support, so I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah. Hmm.
It's like your bruise mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel right now.
Hmm.
And also I've had like a recent like outbreak with this medical condition. Like I get like painful like bumps and boils and stuff like on my scalp, and it like hurts like fuck right now. So it's like what's non-prescription and helps treat that? Head and Shoulders. And like I've been like screamed at by these like vegan retards, and they're just like, that's not vegan and that's not a prescription, so you're just using that because you're a fake vegan. And I'm just like, okay, first of all, like a doctor can tell you to use something and not prescribe it to you. Like that's basically what most dermatologists do. And second of all, like at the time it was in my boyfriend's shower, it wasn't in my shower, and we had like never hooked up before, and he was states away. But people just wanted to crucify me on like anything, and that was because I was trying to talk about how one guy was grooming a kid. And when this girl came forward and told me that she was being groomed by my ex, I brought up the fact that that happened with that other guy. And the other guy was also talking to her and being weird with her. And then he told her he wanted to stop talking to her because he, quote unquote, didn't want to get caught.
Hmm.
So, you know,
Tell me, can I ask you about Iran?
we're gonna retaliate, aren't we? I thought the US already sent some airstrikes over to Iran.
No, to Yemen. U.S. and England attacked Yemen, the Houthis.
Okay.
Do you know Tim Pool?
Tim Apple.
Oh, I guess we talked about him before.
Yeah.
What do you think about him?
He's just a douchebag.
Why do you say that? I mean, I agree, but why do you say that?
It's just a sellout for war. It's just like this really gay pussy vibe.
The way I see it, he's part of the extreme right, but he's pro Putin and he's anti-Israel. He's an he's anti.
He gives me like he's one of those like teenagers that romanticized Vladimir Putin during like the 2010s. Like, you know how the later 2010s there was like this doomerism aesthetic that got really popular online with like high school kids?
I
Like
mean,
that's what he reminds me of. It's just like some guy who's kind of like Elon Musk, who's like older and has money and is trying to live like this second like childhood over where he's not a freaking loser and he's not going bald. You know what I mean?
no, I used to be pro Putin.
And he just can afford whatever the hell. So
No, I used to be pro. I used to be pro, like very similar to Tim Pool, and it was actually, I think, basically destiny that pulled me out of extreme white. Um, what do you call it? Extreme white.
nationalism.
Yeah, nationalism. I don't even remember. Like I used to be really like red pilled. I used to be completely red pilled,
Yeah.
and I think it was the beginning of my coming out of my red pill was John Anthony, like the dating coaches, the whole manosphere, the dating coaches, but especially, yeah, they took me out of the red pill. They like showed me that the red pill is the ultimate blue pill. But the red pill, do you know the red pill analogy?
No.
Really?
Do you mean the one from the Matrix? Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, yeah, but first of all, it didn't start with the Matrix. The Matrix copied it from Total Recall, from Arnold Schwarzenegger's Total Recall when he went to Mars.
I
That
liked Total Recall.
Total Recall, that's where the red pill came from. Because Total Recall, I mean, the Matrix is a copy, is a remake of Total Recall.
Yeah, seriously. Like I remember watching Total Recall like much after the fact, and I was like, oh, so it was basically the Matrix, but it was actually a little bit better.
I mean, the Matrix is a different story, but ultimately it's the same notion that they connect into your brain. In Total Recall, they just plant a memory, but you end up living in the memory. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, his character, we never know whether he ended up actually leaving Total Recall, the lab, right? Total Recall is a lab. It's a place you go to get memories implanted. So we know he went to Total Recall. We're not even sure about that, but that's the whole point of the movie, that like philosophically we don't know whether he actually is in real life or in fantasy world. One theory of Total Recall is that Arnold Schwarzenegger actually went to Total Recall to get an implant memory and never came out. And the whole movie is inside the while he's sitting lobotomized at Total Recall, just as the engineer from Total Recall came and explained. Anyway, there's a lot of similarities, but certainly the red pill, that you take the red pill to tell yourself that you want to come out of the simulation. So anyway, but yeah, but the Matrix, when somebody says the red pill, so there's the blue pill and the red pill. So the red pill is like when Morpheus gave Neo the red pill, and Neo took the red pill. So Neo became unplugged from the Matrix, and he was able to finally leave the Matrix. He was able to see the Matrix for what it is, that he was living in a simulation before. Are you following?
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember because I watched both movies at the same time. I watched like this other one that was about a video game, and they're on like a stage display, and they put on the VR, and they can't tell if they're out of it by the end of it. So it's essentially very Matrix like.
Um,
Like it's very similar. So it's like I basically watched multiple movies that were similar to the Matrix before it came out in one night. And then I also watched Niche, but I can remember distinctly what Naked Lunch because some other ones. Like you've seen Naked
no,
Lunch, right?
I didn't see any of the movies that you mentioned. I only saw The Matrix and Total Recall. Saw the movie and I read the book.
Oh, well, Naked Lunch is really cool. It's like this guy
Hmm.
um he's like an exterminator,
Hmm.
and his wife is getting high off of the chemicals in the extermination gas. So he tries it to see what he's missing out on because she basically huffed so much of the gas that he can't go out to work. So he's just like, well, screw it. I can't like go work. I might as well get high and see like what she likes so much about it. And then he gets really high on it, and his typewriter turns into a giant beetle
Hmm.
and talks to him, and he kind of goes on this like detective journey where his typewriters keep being these giant bugs that are like his informants, like, and they tell him like what to do. It's it's really trippy.
Hmm.
I can't even describe that movie. Like, I love that movie. I really like Schizopolis too. If you've never seen that, that's totally worth it.
Schizopolis too.
Schizopolis, it's just Schizopolis. I'm saying I like it as well. Those are two really good movies where it's like hard to come to your own conclusion about what it was even about.
I'm looking at like YouTube search results for Schizopolis.
You can watch the whole movie on YouTube, I'm pretty sure.
Not for free.
I did before, unless it got taken down.
Oh, with ads?
Um, I think someone literally just uploaded the movie.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. Two uploads. One from 7 years ago. One from a month ago.
Nice.
Nice, nice. Anyway, so it's so sad that you cannot have any discussion. Do you want to come with me for a second to a Discord server and watch how they abuse me? Do you care?
Yeah, are you gonna go to a flat earth server?
No, anti-flat Earth server, like a physics server. They like flat.
You have to give me an invite to the server then, because I'm not in any of this.
Okay, 1 second. Because flat earthers, basically, they like me. They don't give me a hard time. Tell me when you're
I
ready.
think they're nicer because they plan on evangelizing people. So if you don't believe in flat earth, they don't necessarily mind because they think that you can be convinced.
I don't know. Flat earthers. are normal. They don't love me, they don't hate me. But the globe gangsters, I don't know what's gonna happen today because maybe they've grown to understand that they're not gonna bully me out of my position. So the they're beginning to calm down. Tell me when you're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready. You just have to send me the invite.
I sent you a personal invite.
Okay.
I'll put one in the side chat as well. Okay.
I see the train exploding. How long did it take for the people inside of the train for the train to explode after it passed the guy? That's the question. And let's test Mr. Slave because he just got here.
Hmm. What's up? What's the
Can
question?
I test you on special relativity?
Yeah, I love special relativity. Sure.
Awesome, awesome. So here's a simple challenge.
Hmm.
Oh, I'll just repeat myself, but
Hmm.
anyway, you have a train,
Hmm.
and the train's traveling at a third of the speed of light.
Hmm.
The train passes a stationary observer.
Hmm.
4 seconds later, the observer sees the train exploding.
Hmm.
How long did it take for an observer inside of the train for the train to explode after it passed the observer?
Um. Okay.
You get it right?
Let me see. So train goes by. Let's say I'm the observer. Train goes past me at a third the speed of light. I count to
Yes,
four, and I see it blowing up.
exactly.
Hmm.
How long did it take for a guy inside of the train for the train to blow up
So
after he passed you?
so let's take it all the way to the speed of light. Let's take the extreme case. So let's say the train is traveling at the speed of light, meaning inside the train nothing is moving. All the clocks are frozen inside. So 4 seconds after the train passed me, still inside the train, they didn't notice the passage of time. So when they blew up, no time has passed. So
That the train at the speed of light makes no sense.
Classic
'Cause-
Mr. Slave. You ask him a question, he answers a different question.
no, I'm
well, no, it makes sense to play with the variables to kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
see
I
what
don't
the
think
Sure,
outcome
but
is.
that's.
that was not the question, though. This would have given him a
Yeah.
zero on any test.
Yeah, yeah, but well, it's not an answer, but it is thinking through it.
Right. I just want to get the sign right. So I go to
Mr. Slave,
infinity.
what you just did is like, so if somebody got hit by a 22, how bad would the damage be? Well, we know if they got shot by, 120 millimeter Abrams cannon, they would be completely vaporized. That's my answer to my question.
No, no, no.
Okay, all right.
I'm just
So
thinking through. Look, I just want to get the sign right. The question is, will train, the person on the train, does he count to four after they pass me?
The
More than
question is, how much time has elapsed for the person on the train?
I'm thinking through. What
Yeah,
do you?
so far,
so
let me just defend Mr. Slave here. So far, Mr. Slave is trying to figure out whether he should experience more time or less time.
right.
Exactly. I just want to get the sign
Okay,
right.
that's
That's the
fine.
most important thing. Anyway, so at 100% the speed of light, no time has passed. If we reduce it to 99, then just a little bit, under 4 seconds. So the answer is under 4 seconds. But how much? Uh, like it could I don't know. Under like, well, the question
Does
is,
this require the Lorentz transform?
I don't think
It does.
at 30% this at one third the speed of light. I don't think you're getting significant Lorentz like time dilation.
Yes, you are.
You are
Well,
Yes.
then.
you're already helping him along.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't care. That's not going to give him the number. So he
you
has
just,
to
you have
find
to
the number
plug in
himself.
you have to plug in the number to the Lorentz transformation and get the number. What?
Yeah, it's named after me, the gamma factor. Come on, don't you know that I invented that?
But what's the question? That's the question. That's it? You want me to plug in Lorentz? That's why. I mean, what's the question? I mean, it's like, where's the challenge? This is like plug in the numbers into a known equation. This, like, ask me something deeper. Like, I can't. I'm beginning to understand why Michelson and Morley, why the interferometer has to fail. If the interferometer works, it would be a violation. Listen to this, of the first postulate. The
Yeah, you failed.
interferometer.
You failed, Mr. Slave.
I don't care.
That's not the
So
answer.
I don't care. So what do you mean? I don't care. Yeah. Like, so tell me what's deep. Like, why should I care about your question? It sounds like a simple question.
It is a simple question. That's
So
why
why
the
should
person who thinks that they found a revolutionary uh,
I don't get it?
alternative for special relativity should be able to use special relativity to solve a simple question.
I don't understand what you just said. Please repeat.
I said, I forgot what the words I used, but I would expect the person who found an alternative to special relativity to be able to use special relativity to solve a simple example.
I did not find an alternative to special relativity. I found a causal mechanism to explain the first postulate on which relativity, that is not a theory, is based on, hence converting relativity into a legitimate scientific, mechanical scientific theory.
Are you
So,
talking about dialects video?
no, I'm talking about me. What do you, what, okay, what's the question? I don't care about your question. It doesn't sound like your question is deep. It's a simple question. I don't deny special relativity.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
plug in the numbers.
it's not supposed to be deep.
I got a question for everyone. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready for my question? Can I ask it?
Uh-huh.
Are we voting Mr. Slave off the island? My vote is yes.
What? Anyway, so today, so as you know, I never, so it's always been a question that I never answered. Why did Michelson and Morley fail? What's the reason? So it's not length contraction. I mean, you're not going to believe it. You're never going to believe the reason.
Double barbacoa, please.
Wait, what? Sea Line, your audio is like horrendous. Did you say something?
You got a dial?
What? Dial? What?
Sorry.
Sea Line, your audio is like no good.
He was seconding my vote to get you off the island.
I bet he failed because it was a Wednesday. That's what I think.
Okay, so nobody wants to have an actual discussion about what I discovered after like days of researching why Michelson and Morley failed. Nobody cares what I discovered. Nobody, not a single person here.
No. Same as
I'm
me. No one cares
impressed.
about the southern stars. I can talk about the southern stars all week. No one gives a shit.
But I'm impressed with his discovery was after days of research.
That's it.
That's pretty impressive.
Amber, what did I tell you? Yeah. I just brought Amber here to show her like what it's like to try and have a discussion about physics on a server with people who know physics. Like, there you go, Amber. That's what it's
Yeah.
like. It's like,
That's what the discussion is like. We ask you a trivial question that anybody who knows a little bit of physics will answer in 30 seconds, and you can't. You dodge it and run away. That's what it is like.
yeah, but what do you want? I like I told you the answer. I said plug in the numbers to
So
the.
do it. So do it.
No, I'm not gonna waste my time. Tell me why.
No,
Why
there you
why
go
should
then.
I plug in
That's
numbers?
a dodge and run away.
Why should I plug in the numbers? Why should I do that? I mean, I don't have a problem doing it. Why would you want me to do
You
that?
don't have to answer questions. That's okay. We
Okay,
know.
so I don't. So
That'll be your silence speaks volumes.
I don't think I heard any silence from him.
yeah, I'm
Well,
not-
yeah, his silence on responding actually to the question, but it's okay.
The reason to plug in the numbers
Yeah.
was to see if the math is coherent.
If the math is coherent, I mean, I don't. I
It's
never.
to demonstrate. It's to demonstrate that you have a quantitative grasp of the theory.
Okay, I don't care for you. I'd rather not be examined. I mean, I'd rather have a discussion about how to fit Michelson and Morley into the ether model. Like, that's what everybody keeps asking. How do you fit Michelson and Morley's null result into the ether model? Everybody keeps asking. Finally, I have an answer. Do you care? This is days of research, plugging in numbers into a known Lorentz transformation. That's not the biggest challenge. You want me to be challenged by something tiny, and I'm telling you, I resolved something huge. So
hello, everybody.
He discovered it's something huge after days of research with no experimentation. Got it.
And no calculation.
Amber,
He
what do
literally
you
just
think?
watches YouTube videos.
Amber, feedback. What do you think?
I don't think they want to talk to you.
What?
Oh, we already asked him a question. He just dodged it. So no, we do want to engage with actual physics, but he just doesn't want to.
You guys, gotta realize here that Mr. Slave likes vanilla physics. Just remember that.
Amber, it's going to be like this for hours. It's just going to be talking. They're only going to be talking about me. They will never talk about physics ever.
Wait,
It
Mr.
will never
Slave,
happen.
Is Amber your GF?
We tried to talk about physics, but you said you didn't want to do
Yep.
the math.
Hi, Amber. Nice to meet you.
Oh,
Anyway, it
I
will.
would
They,
be
they will
interested in the
never.
answers.
They will never have a discussion about physics. I've been here for days.
Well, what part of vanilla physics do you want to talk about?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I just told you. I resolved Michelson and Morley. I'm able. I think I have a theory how to fit Michelson and Morley into the ether model. Right?
Does the ether have kinetic energy?
Yes, it transfers kinetic energy.
I'm
to
not
us.
asking you, Omnivore. I'm asking Mr. Slave,
Ouch.
the master of ether, not you.
He's our resident ether cosmologist.
Yes, that's true.
I don't think.
Mr. Slave, Mr. Slave, what is your exclusive evidence of heliocentrism?
Stop. I don't care about heliocentrism. Heliocentrism is.
Why don't you want to answer the question, Glover?
I'm about.
You don't even know you're scared? You scared to talk about it, Glover?
I'm about to. I said I don't care. Heliocentrism is a convenient model when you analyze the solar system. Earth centrism is a convenient model when you analyze the Earth, Moon, and so on model, like vicinity. And if you analyze, well, it's just a convenience. There's no truth. The sun is not at the center of the solar system any more than I am at the center of the universe. It's just a convenience.
Mr. Slave, correct me if I'm wrong, but the model that Michelson and Morley believed in was that the Earth rotated, revolved around the sun, and traveled through this fluid stuff called ether. And so they built a device to try to pick up the drift of the Earth traveling through the ether. Isn't that correct, or is that incorrect?
I mean, as far as I know, that's correct. Yeah.
And what did their conclusion? Did their experiment show?
It's a good question. Basically, Michelson got a Nobel Prize for the null result. So they got a null result. So they could not detect the ether, at least not at 30 kilometers a second.
Hey, wait a minute. You did your days of research. What did he win a Nobel Prize for again?
Well, didn't Michelson get it for the null result? I don't know.
No, he did not.
His name is not Michelson, it's Michelson.
Don't do that, Lale. Okay, he did not win for his experiment.
Okay.
He won for his interferometer. And LIGO is a Michelson interferometer, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that was kind of a bad glitch on your part.
Okay.
To say the null result won the Nobel Prize.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious. What do you mean by 30? What do you mean by 30 meters per second?
30
They didn't find the 30 meters per second. What do you mean by that?
I said meters. I meant 30 kilometers. I think the estimate is
okay. Well, whatever the unit is, I don't care. That doesn't matter. Besides the 30, well, what do you mean by 30 kilometers per second?
As far as I know, they were looking for a 30 kilometers a second going away from the sun, towards the sun, anything, and they got nothing.
Of the ether?
Wait.
What?
That doesn't make sense. That's isn't
30
that the orbital velocity of the Earth?
30 kilometers per second of what going to and away from the sun? Ether or the Earth?
So they assumed, as far as I know, that the ether, let's say, is stationary relative to the sun. So they should be able to detect, like you have to think they're sitting in Ohio, and so the ether should be moving one way, let's say during the maybe one part of the year, another way 6 months later, or maybe one way during the day, like midday, a different direction at midnight. Like they should have seen something.
So is this 30 meters per second number or kilometers per second number? Is that the revolution of the Earth around the sun, or what is that?
I think it's the linear velocity of the Earth around the sun. I don't know. As far as I know.
Yeah, roughly. I mean, it obviously varies, but 30 kilometers per second is about right.
I actually didn't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I've heard the number before, but I've never asked what it actually represents.
So would that imply that the ether moves has a speed velocity in all reference frames of 0, and the speed of the ether is whatever speed you are? And that doesn't make sense.
No, Michelson and Morley believed that the ether was stationary in space. It didn't move at all in any reference frame.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It had 0 velocity in all reference frames, and its speed was dependent on your velocity.
Well, no, it doesn't have a speed though.
Oh my god.
They were trying to determine what kind of drift would be caused by the Earth revolving around the sun.
Anyway, so I mean, based on my calculations, they should have aimed for a very small number. They should have aimed for 300 meters a second. But
wait, 300, is that smaller or larger than 30? Oh, 300
meters. Yeah, it's 100 times smaller than 30. I think 30,000.
Was their tool accurate enough to measure that?
They were accurate to 0.005. I don't know. I mean, supposedly they got 6 kilometers a second, but it was under. It was under the tolerance of their device. So it's supposed to be noise, but it looks like a signal. But it's supposed to be
the magic words there, Mr. Slave. Sorry to butt in, but you said the magic words. According to your calculations, they should have gotten 300 meters per second. Can you show your calculations?
It was from the aliens.
The calculation is actually very simple. You can do it in your head. So the Earth is revolving.
Yeah, why don't you just post it, and so we don't have to do it in our heads? Why don't you just post it?
Why don't you just let me finish the
Screenshot.
sentence? Let me just finish
No,
the
I
can't do
won't.
it in my
I
head.
won't. I won't. Yeah, I'm incapable of doing it in my head. Please don't finish your sentence. Please show us a screenshot of your calculation.
So you're not gonna let me talk.
You also have to derive it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. You lost me. You need to stop. You need to educate us. Please show us what Totoro asked for.
Okay, I can tell you, it's really very straightforward.
Please do not. I'm very slow. I need to see the symbols. I need to think through it. Please show us a screenshot. You have it, so just take a photo.
You don't need.
Or a
You
screenshot.
don't need to.
I do. Yes,
Why
I
don't
do.
you-
But I do. But I
Amber,
do need
Amber, Amber, Amber. What do you
to. I
think?
do need to. Just show us. Not a biggie. Just show us the calculation.
Okay, so the Earth. So right now at the equator, just like the Earth is.
Yeah, just show us. Just show us the calculation.
Wait,
No big
is this
deal. No
Peter
big deal.
and Mr. Slave in the same room? I swear you guys were the same person.
It's no big deal. Just show us. Just show us the calculation real quick, and we'll move on.
Wait, who's asking?
I am asking
So why don't you let me talk?
because I don't want you to talk. I want you to show us so we can think through it, and then you will explain it.
But if you just let me talk, you'll see.
No, but I won't let you talk. So why don't you show us?
Why? Why?
Because I would like to see. I want to see the calculation.
He wants to see the formula you use to calculate.
Yeah.
There's no formula. You Google.
Well, there has to be.
So there was no calculation actually done.
You can Google it. What is the speed of rotation of the Earth?
And just Google whatever you need to Google and show us the calculation, the formula that led you to the conclusion that you just mentioned. No big deal. Just real quick. It's going to take you like 1 minute.
Why don't you let me talk? And if
because you're talking, because I'm respectful of your time, and you're wasting your time and your brain cycles by explaining to us something we are, or some of us are incapable of comprehending without seeing the formula. So please just do that.
Gamma, what should I do in this case?
I'm getting called on. Am I your champion? Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, could you like help me talk? Like they're silencing me right now.
I can help you. Yes.
Yeah, Gamma, we're just looking for the formula he used to have the calculations he uses. Could you show us that formula?
Mr. Slave, I think what we need to do here is we need to stop talking about how easy it is and just show the formula.
Here, let me show you how it's done here.
Gamma
Mr. Slave.
choose. I choose you.
Yeah. Let me show you how it's done here. This is straight from Michelson's paper. We're looking for something like this. This is how he determined how many fringes he should see. So we're looking for something like that from you. So just go ahead and push your calculation there with your reasoning and your variable substitutions.
Okay, I don't have a paper available. I made multiple videos where I did these calculations.
Yeah, then just grab a frame from your video. Just grab a frame from one of your numerous videos and show us the formula. Thank you.
Okay, but the 300 meters per second, that's like, yeah, that's very straightforward. I don't need.
Exactly. Just show us the calculation that leads to that conclusion.
Why can't I talk? Why don't you want me to talk?
Because I'm incapable of understanding these complex things through words. I need to think through them. It's probably going to take me a while, but I will need to think through them kind of the way Totoro showed it. Like I can then look at them and figure out what's going on. So
you can grab a piece of paper, write it down, work out the details. Do any steps that were skipped in the substitutions there. You can step through it one step at a time.
Wait,
Some of us are not as smart as you, Mr. Slade.
Do you agree that the velocity of the rotation at the equator is around 1,000? It's about 1 kilometer per second.
That's 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's on order
See,
of
it's very
magnitude.
confusing the way that you're mixing up units. You're mixing up
It doesn't
time.
matter. It's
Yeah,
order.
well, it does matter because you're making a very specific
It's or.
claim, and
I don't even
you
know.
mentioned the specific calculation. Well, but I do know. I know. So
I
I
don't
know that
know.
that's what you're doing.
I
We would
don't
like to see it.
know.
Peter, come on.
Yeah.
Peter, come on. Peter, come on. Let's just let the man speak.
I didn't
Anyway,
get that.
so if you assume,
Oh, there's no anyway. There's no anyway.
Come
There's
on,
no
Peter.
anyway.
Peter, come on. Come on. Just let the man speak.
Come on, what?
Let him speak. Let him say it. Speak his truth.
Okay.
so if you assume or derive that the velocity, the linear velocity at the equator of the spinning of the Earth is about 1,000 meters per second, a kilometer per second, then basically and at the North and the South Pole, obviously the linear velocity is 0. So what is it in Ohio? So I extrapolate. So you could either say it's a half, but
So
Mhm.
so this is why we want you to write it down, because you've already said that it's either 1,000 meters per second or 1,000 kilometers per second at the equator. So which one is it? And both of those are actually wrong, but that's why we want it written down.
Look,
You know, we
okay, what I don't remember the number. I just the point
I
is
believe that at the equator is 1,000. The Earth rotates at 1,000 miles, 1,037 miles per hour.
Mind you, folks, he's writing a paper on this.
If I'm incorrect on that number,
think
guys, you can correct me.
I think it's about
You're right,
1,000 meters per second.
No, wait, 1,000 meters.
That's
Yeah.
very
I
wrong.
don't think that's
Mr. Slade.
right.
It's a order of magnitude of 1,000 meters per second.
Well, Mach 1 is 666 miles per hour, 343 meters per second. So it's like you're off by, 800 miles per hour or something?
666 Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, he's
Audio.
off by about a factor of double, about 2.
Yeah.
200% error.
Wait. Okay, so it's
Anyway,
let me. Okay,
I have a
so
question. I have a question for you, Mr. Slave.
yeah,
Why do you think you're getting the reception that you're getting here?
I don't care. Anyway, the point is, I don't care.
I'm not
I
asking
don't
if
care.
you care.
I
I'm
don't
asking
care.
for.
I don't care.
Well, it's still my question,
I don't care.
and I would like to know what you
I
think
don't
is
care.
going on.
I'm not gonna talk about meta. I've had enough waste of time.
It's not even. It's not a question about meta. It's a question about you have something that you want to show to us. Okay. Why do you think?
Don't care.
And clearly, it's not working well.
Yeah, I don't care.
So there's a possibility that you want it to not work well. Do you know what power struggle is in psychology?
Oh my God! No psychoanalysis, omnivore. Come on.
I'm going to do it. So there's a possibility that you want this push and pull response, and that it is in fact your goal, maybe not even a conscious goal, to get that response, which would mean that you would do things like not playing along with Bacon's question, even though I have faith in you that you could do it, that you could answer the question. My guess is that you could do it, but not doing it just contributes more to the lack of the interaction that you say you want. And it is possible that this is actually the interaction that you do want. That's why but in order for me to try to figure that out, I want to know why you think you're getting the reaction you're getting, because I don't think it's the reaction you want.
Bro, who needs sleeping aids when you can just listen to Omnivore do psychoanalysis of you? Oh my lord.
Okay, let's see. So the linear velocity is distance divided by time. So the distance is 2 pi r. And the
Mr.
time is
Slave?
24 hours. So
I want to
the
go a little more
R
basic.
the
It's
R
kind of basic.
is about 6,300 kilometers.
Who was complaining?
You believe
2 pi is about 6.
you believe 30 kilometers per second, right?
24 hours, an hour. Well, it's about 3,600 seconds per hour.
Mr. Slave,
24
pause really quick.
hours.
Before you
So,
said 30 kilometers per second.
yeah,
Right? If your travels
300.
around the
It
sun.
should come out to 300 meters
Oh,
per second.
let's just go with
Mhm.
100 kilometers per second or 30 kilometers per second, okay?
No, 30
No.
kilometers per second, they got a null result. So it could
okay.
be, my point is,
Well, okay. I'm not even asking about the null result. Kind of. The question is this.
mhm.
Why did how they set up the interferometer why did
Interferometer.
they the machine they use to try to measure the ether?
Hmm.
What is the relationship between their machine measuring stuff and the Earth's movement around the sun at 30 kilometers per second? What is the relationship between those two things? Why did they think that they would measure the Earth's movement around the sun with the machine?
That's a good question. So look at the whiteboard. I'll explain it on the whiteboard. So tell me when you're ready.
Well, I'm ready for the answer that I asked.
Wait, do you
Why
want?
did they think that their interferometer would be able to measure 30 kilometers per second or whatever the speed is? It doesn't matter. Why did they think their tool was set up in a way to measure that?
Well, you need to see the math of how an interferometer works. But basically, the
Give me
interferometer.
a
Let me
seventh
finish.
grade understanding of why they
Let me
thought
finish.
the interferometer
Let
could
me
measure that.
finish. Let me finish. Anyway, so the interferometer basically has two arms. Theoretically, one arm is going to go. Well, I really need to draw. I mean, I don't know what you know. So I mean, if you want me to explain it to you, I'll draw it for you.
I say, give me a seventh grade understanding
Yeah, but
of
if I
why
don't,
they thought.
an
Wait. Let
interferometer,
me finish. Okay. Explain to me
I can't.
on a seventh grade level
Impossible.
why the interferometer,
Cannot be done.
why they thought the interferometer could measure
I don't
30
know.
meters per second or 30 kilometers per second.
Okay, I don't know what you know. You want a seventh grade? I need to draw it.
Yeah, act like I only know anything
Stop
below a seventh grade level.
cutting me off every time I talk. Let me finish a sentence. You keep repeating yourself, and I'm just trying to finish one sentence. So if you want, I'll show it to you. If you don't want me to show it to you, I don't know how to explain it with words. It's a geometric problem. So it's up to you. You want me to draw it, I'll draw it. You don't want me to draw it, let's move on to the next topic.
I don't want. Well, watch this. Hey, Sea Lion Prime.
Let's do it. Let's do another topic.
Well, hold on. Sea Lion Prime.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why Michelson, and Morley thought with their interferometer they could measure the 30 kilometers per second?
They thought that there was a stationary ether that would be displaced by the Earth in its movement, according to the Fresnel drag hypothesis. So under that hypothesis, there should have been a drag of the ether as the Earth moved through it, and they'd be able to measure relative motion to the absolute ether.
Do you understand the question I'm asking? I understand what you're saying, but do you understand the question I'm actually asking?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. If that's your answer, that's fine. That's a pretty good. See that, Mr. Slave? if you were to just answer the question instead of beating around the bush, trying to show me numbers that I'm not asking for, then we wouldn't have this trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know, my asking why you think you're having this problem is really honestly an attempt to solve the issue.
Mm-hmm.
You may not believe me, Mr. Slave, but I don't like hearing the interaction that's going on.
Mm-hmm. Then come to my
The
server.
problem,
Then come to my server, and we can have a
the, no,
one-on-one.
no, the problem is that you're, you know, I think you're, you know, at very least 50% responsible for the results you're getting. Okay.
I don't care. You want to have a discussion?
Well, I care.
I don't.
If you don't care what I think, then you're probably in the wrong place.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. So you want to have a
Okay,
discussion?
well,
You
then
want? Look,
We
I
should
get,
do it. We should pick a different topic.
fine.
All right, Mr. Slave, how many bases are in American baseball?
All right. Anyway, Amber, let's get back to my server. You know, I think I made my point.
Always bringing his GFO.
Oh, did you fall asleep? Are you coming? Anyway, and that's that. What a waste of time. Jesus. Endless waste of time. Hmm. Okay. Your channel. Let's see, maybe he talks about Lorentz.
Let's imagine that we have two inertial frames of reference. So in this case, I have taken two.
That's not Lorentz. That is not Lorentz. That is Einstein.
Rectangular Cartesian coordinate frames of reference, and I've named them S and S dash. So one has the coordinates x, y, z, and time, and the other has the coordinate x dash, y dash, z dash.
Yeah, that's Einstein's derivation. That's not Lorentz. The fact that Lorentz and Einstein end up with the same equations to describe two different phenomenon should make you think.
Einstein's special theory of relativity was a revolutionary framework that emerged in the early 20th century to resolve some unanswered questions in physics.
So, okay, Michael.
Its premises are beautifully simple, but their logical conclusions include some truly strange and surprising phenomena, such as the fact that time moves slower for moving objects, and that objects are spatially compressed.
It's not time, it's clocks are ticking slower. I don't know what time is.
The direction of movement. Indeed, it completely threw out the core Newtonian concept of an absolute space and time in favor of a picture that saw reality itself as relative to one's frame of reference. Now, as it turns out, one key experiment that really set
No, it's just waves. It's just the way waves behave. That's all.
up the scene for Einstein's construction of relativity theory was the Michelson-Morley experiment, which this video is about. And I did so by raising some important questions about the ether concept, which relativity theory superseded. Now, all this arguably began with Maxwell's theory of electromagnetism, which predicted that electromagnetic waves would travel in a vacuum with a constant speed c. Nu and epsilon zero here are both important physical constants, and it's not so much important here what they mean, but what is important is that they are constants, which means that their value never changes. And so the speed of light in a vacuum never changes as well. Now, this raises an interesting question. In what reference frame does light travel at this speed? After all, the speed of something generally depends on your point of view. For an observer on a moving train, the train itself would seem stationary, but the tree would be moving backwards. For an observer on the ground, the train looks like it's moving, but the tree looks like it's standing still. So clearly, all motion is relative. So when we say the speed of light travels at speed c, we can ask relative to what? Well, 19th century physics appeared to have an answer. It was believed that light waves travel through some kind of medium called the ether, just as sound waves travel through air. This ether was believed to fill all space, and it was supposed that the calculated speed of light was the speed of light through the ether. However, by the late 19th century, the ether concept was encountering something of a crisis, and this was largely due to the contradictory results of two experiments. So the first experiment that we're looking at is Fizeau's experiment. This essentially tries to answer the question, does a moving medium, such as water, drag the ether along with it, such that the total speed of light is the speed through the medium plus the speed of the medium? Well, Fizeau tried this out, and it turned out that the drag effect was much smaller than predicted for water and pretty much negligible for air. So he concluded if a medium is capable of dragging the ether along to produce this velocity addition effect, then it must do so at most partially, and perhaps not at all. And this brings us to the Michelson and Morley experiment. So from Fizeau's experiment, we can deduce that as the Earth moves around the Sun, it won't completely drag the ether along with it. So there will still be some non-zero relative motion between the ether and the Earth at the Earth's surface. Michelson and Morley tried to detect this motion using a device called the Michelson interferometer. Now this consists of a light source that would fire a ray of light at a beam splitter, which splits this ray into two such that each arm is directed at each mirror, then they recombine at some detector. Now let's imagine that the ether is moving with respect to the interferometer, and that it moves parallel to one of the arms but perpendicular to the other. That means that now the parallel arm is going to be impeded when it goes against the ether and sped up when it goes along with the ether. However, it's going to be slowed down more than it's going to be sped up. So in other words, it's going to be slowed down more when it goes against the ether than it's going to be sped up when it goes with the ether. So the overall effect is to delay the arrival of the blue beam at the detector.
Wait, is she still on the server? I wanted to talk to her.
Greater the motion of the ether, the greater this delay. Now we can quantify this delay mathematically. So basically, let's take a look at the steps that go on in the experiment. First, the light gets to the beam splitter. Now the transverse wave goes down a diagonal route. And here we can imagine that instead of the ether that's moving, we can imagine that it's the apparatus actually that's moving, and we're taking the frame of reference of the ether, say.
So this is velocity times time is equal to the distance. So he says this is 1/2 of the distance, the other half. So altogether it's CT, but it's a little bit more because there is an angle created. So we don't know T, but we know this distance. So we can calculate T, knowing that there's, because of this angle, assuming the angle from assuming the velocity. So we can, based on the velocity, so we can introduce the velocity as this distance. This distance could be a function of the velocity. The faster we're going, this T is a function of the velocity. So we can replace something that represents T through the velocity.
So we're assuming the ether stays still, which means that light always travels at velocity c, and we're assuming that the apparatus is moving rightwards with a velocity v. So this is what the transverse wave or the perpendicular light ray is going to do. And we can express this path length in terms of L, which is the linear distance.
It's difficult to understand it. You have to think about waves. So a wave, a light source wave hits this, and a wave goes from here in all directions. But because the ether travels to the right, then basically this is where it's going to hit, and then it's going to bounce back at an angle, but it's going to move at the velocity of light, at a constant velocity. So this is L squared wait, shouldn't it be why is he adding this squared plus this squared? Why is it should be this squared plus this squared equals this squared? And this is a function of the velocity. Why is this?
Phase travels at velocity c, and we're assuming that the apparatus is moving rightwards with a velocity v. So this is what the transverse wave, or the perpendicular light ray, is going to do. And we can express this path length in terms of L, which is the linear distance to the mirror, as well as tt, which is the time of this transverse path.
What is this? Is this? L squared plus this squared? This doesn't make any sense. This squared this is why everyone hates physics, because there's no derivation, there's step skipping. Like, where did you get this from? This equals that? So you're telling me this is this? Oh, this is VT. Oh, this is VT. He didn't show. Okay. So this is VT over 2, because this is VT over 2 and this is VT over 2. So VT over 2, so VT over 2 squared plus L squared square root is equal to CTT over 2. Okay.
And we can calculate this using the Pythagoras theorem. Now, as for the parallel arm or the longitudinal arm,
So what are we looking for? So we don't know V. So we would like to calculate V, because it doesn't matter. I mean, does it? Yeah, we can assume V. We can plug in different V's and then get different results, and then look for those results based on some estimate of V.
the rightward motion of the mirror lengthens its first journey, but then the rightward motion of the beam splitter shortens the second journey. So the total time of the longitudinal path can be expressed like so.
Okay, so the total time so it's split here. So this is L and this is L. No, this is L to here. It's L. But this is the motion. This is the VT over 2. Oh. L over C minus V times C. Right. So this is velocity times distance, I guess. Velocity times distance, but this is distance over velocity. So velocity cancels out. This is just distance. So this is L. So these two arrows, I think this is one way and this is I don't know. So TL, I don't think it's possible to. Okay, so TL is equal to this plus that. So the total time, the total time for this, it had to go all the way to the mirror, but by that time the mirror got to here, and then it had to only get back to here. But on the way back, the ether is going against. So this it's moving with the ether, and this is moving against the ether. So this is the original L. And then you had to add okay, let's see. The total the time to cover L this way. So this is distance over, okay, distance divided by velocity is the time, because distance over time is velocity. So this is the velocity. So this is, it had to travel L one way is L with C plus V. So on the way there, C plus V. What do you mean C plus V? But the speed of light is a constant. So what do you mean by that? I don't know.
Now, the final step is that both beams go to the detector, but we don't need to consider this part since it's the same for both of the beams. And all we care about now is the time difference between TL and TT, essentially. So now we want some expression for TT. Now, starting from this equation here, it's just algebra. We can square both sides and then multiply by 4, then bring the TT terms to one side, and then write an expression for TT and rephrase it like so. So let's park that result for now and deal with the expression for the longitudinal time. Well, we can start off by taking out L and then equalizing the denominators, and we get S by just time.
Forget it.
Let's imagine that we have two inertial frames of reference. So in this case, I have taken
Yeah, she ruined her life for no reason. After she lost her sister, she started losing her mind. And she was they they didn't they didn't see how she's deteriorating. And then her mom divorced and remarried, and yeah, terrible. Okay, so what I want to do, okay, I think the most important thing is to just explain the first postulate. And that's my most important realization. Whereas, let me get the paper about the first postulate. Proof of Einstein's first postulate. I don't think this says we. So I don't think Einstein's theory is not scientific. This has nothing to do with it. So let me throw it to the recycle bin. I keep a paper of all the recycled stuff. That's not it. That's not it. I don't have just a paper of recycled stuff. Detecting YSR experiment and not ether proof. View more. Dumping ground, yeah. Dumping ground. Okay. So, the first postulate. What is my proof of Einstein's special relativity's first postulate? So what's the proof? What's the proof of the first postulate? And then we don't have to prove it. Then we don't need a postulate. We can. So it actually comes out of the first. At this point, we are assuming that the reader has read and understood the proof to the first postulate. Einstein Einstein's first postulate, namely that the speed of light is a constant for all observers, be they moving anyway, for all observers. Okay. So at this point, we're assuming that the reader has read and understood the proof to Einstein's first postulate, namely that the speed of light is a constant for all observers. Assuming the second postulate, we can now demonstrate that the first postulate can be derived directly from the second postulate. Why? So if we assume a constant speed of light, if the speed of light is a constant, if I am always observing a constant speed of light, that means that the laws of nature can never change, because the laws of nature only depend on the speed of light. At the end of the day, okay. Assuming the second postulate, we can now demonstrate that the first postulate can be derived directly from the second postulate. Why? So the first postulate posits that the laws of nature are immutable regardless of any relative motion. So how can I derive that? How can we derive that from the constancy of the speed of light? Answer: if the speed of light is a constant, the laws of nature are immutable. Why? Because at the end of the day, No, you could say it comes out of the ether. You don't even have to say. You could just say it comes out of the ether because of quantum mechanics. So you don't even need. So you could say the proof is it's because of the ether. Answer is, if we assume the ether model, then the speed of light is a constant, period. And the laws of nature become immutable. Why? Because at the end of the day, the ether model is a quantum model. It posits that an ether ocean there exists, and posits that all that exists in the universe is just an ether ocean. All elementary particles are nothing but waves in this ocean. At the end of the day, the ether model is a quantum model. It posits that all that exists in the universe is just an ether ocean. All elementary particles are nothing but waves in this ocean. All these elementary waves, let's call them the elementary waves. So I make it, what do you call it, slanted like this? Italic, like a new term, elementary waves. The elementary waves. All these elementary waves so that's another given, but this is already quantum mechanics. According to QFT, all these elementary waves, you could say as per QFT, all elementary are nothing but waves in this ocean. This is in complete compliance with quantum field theory, Q of t. According to Q of t, all these elementary waves wave at the speed of light. They're all massless. All these elementary waves are massless and wave at the speed of light. It is through the Higgs mechanism that these elementary waves appear to wave slower than light. But this is just an illusion. So we need, we need sources. We need to source. Otherwise, we have to prove all these things. So we have to source all these quotes. So citation needed, like this is citation needed. So every sentence here needs a citation. So if you assume that all these particles are waving at the speed of light through the ether, and we already proved that an observer always measure a constant, the speed of these waves, we already proved the second postulate that the speed of any wave in the ether, of the speed of waves in the ether, there's only one type of wave. The speed of waving in the ether is observed to be a constant. Then all these particles and all their interactions elementary particle waves, I will call them waves. All these waves are they're not influenced by motion. As far to an observer, they're not influenced in a so that an observer cannot detect any influence. So any observer so I cannot detect ever in the laws of nature due to my motion or lack of. Therefore, the laws of this is the principle of relativity. The laws of nature are immutable to motion. In other words, and this is the first postulate. Let's do maybe a diagrams. Okay, this is a good diagram. So figure 1 will say what? So basically we're assuming an ocean in which there's only waves. There's no particles, there's only waves. This is basically what Lorentz argued. All interactions, basically, because he added some stuff, pressure. I don't know what else he added, but I think this is essentially, I think this is his argument. All interactions between these elementary waves is done via gauge theory. Citation needed. But that's just, but that's just begging the question. Which in turn is nothing but more elementary waves So what we need to show so if we have both postulates are based on ether, both postulates work on ether, otherwise they need to remain postulates. But if we assume ether, then both postulates make sense. All I'm saying is, let's assume Q of t. Let's assume an ether, and therefore let's assume Q of t. That gives us the first and second postulates. So we can show two elementary particles. Right? In order for the laws of physics, right? This is an example of a law of physics, the interaction between two electrons. So you could cry about how moving through the ether might cause a disturbance. But all it does is slow down the point is I cannot detect it. Did I have a paper that so why SR says that an interferometer can never detect it? It's not the SR. This is a violation of the first postulate. An interferometer, if it could work, that would be a violation of the first postulate. Why an interferometer detecting the ether is a violation of the first postulate. Why an interferometer detection of the ether is a violation of the principle of relativity, the first postulate. The question is, why do people write papers if they can make videos? Or like, is a video good enough? Should I also write a paper? Should a YouTuber also write a physics paper? Or is just publishing a YouTube video enough? How to write a research paper in physics? Trusting his content. Has anyone discussed this on YouTube? Every time I see Lex Friedman, I remember how the gurus tore him apart. I love everybody. I am Jesus. I am Jesus. I am Jesus. I am pure goodness. I am the best person in the universe. Yeah, Lex Friedman, the dummy dum dum. Let me go get some gum.
In 2009, he traveled with M1.
This is so sick.
Yeah, first intro show or something. Yeah, for like the first 20 minutes of the show. And then it became famous. But then like the messed up intro.
Should I just play it again? People are saying, let's play the intro here. Fine, I'll just play it. It worked. I'm not entirely sure if it did actually. I feel like I want to play it again. But the funny thing is, I was just checking the replay of the stream, and in the replay, it actually looks totally fine. It just
You got Redford. Hey, son of a bitch. Rufus. You can't keep your head down. Hey, don't break my windshield.
I need that. What you doing, bub? What you doing? What you doing, Bubba? You got dirt on your face. It's been raining so much.
The vegans, they look at this and they say, "This is terrible. This cow would rather be dead than alive. This is industry farming. Industry farming. This is evil. The farmer is evil. It's all evil. Global warming." Oh my god.
If you skateboarded down the Hoover Dam, the slope would rapidly accelerate you, reaching speeds of up to 50 to 90 miles per hour and beyond. Now, the curvature of the dam structure would make it incredibly difficult to maintain control. And if you somehow managed to stay on, the friction between the wheels and the concrete would probably start to generate some heat. Now, some people might think it could get so hot that it would start to burn the board and your feet. But this probably wouldn't happen. Approaching the bottom, the rapid deceleration would be abrupt. If you skateboarded down the...
She stepped out of the trailer with these wide eyes and she looked around and she was like, where am I? After spending 17 years every single day on a dairy farm. And so to come to a place...
You see gold leaf on a piece of old furniture. It was probably applied using...
What I have here just looks like a generic rock.
If commercial airlines did give you parachutes, you think it would help? Actually, it wouldn't. Because the thing is, airlines typically cruise like 550 or 600 miles an hour. So if you jumped out at that speed, you're going to smash into the side of the plane, most likely. But let's say even if you could jump out safely, well, commercial airplanes, they're still cruising minimally at 35,000 feet. We're talking like 6.6 miles above the ground. And at that altitude, the oxygen level is so thin, you're going to just pass out the first minute. You're also going to get frostbite, if not thermal shock, because a temperature that high could reach negative 65 degrees Fahrenheit or worse. And let's say even if those initial dangers aren't even an issue, the reality is that most airline accidents happen during takeoff or during landing. And that's just not enough time or altitude for you to make your decision, wait for other passengers to jump, and then figure out how to even use a parachute. And that's why commercial airplanes don't bother providing parachutes. If commercial airlines did give you parachutes.
Ma'am, are you okay? Negative Grove City, huh? My son's outside, he's gone, and I want to go after.
Fun fact, the most expensive cow in the world is worth $4.3 million. Half of the Nelore cow named Viatina 19...
When the tires showed up for this customer, I thought they were defective. Bloop, 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 bloop. And with some quick interneting, I found there's an actual purpose for these things. The tires are for this McLaren 600 LT, and if the customer wanted to track this car, well, he could buy the Michelin Track Connect sensors. The sensors are these little pods that fit into the rubber cup of the tire. Those sensors then communicate with a receiver, and that receiver sends a signal to your smartphone where you can have live monitoring to view things like tire temperature and tire pressure. I learned something today. I hope you did too.
It turns out that about a quarter of the entire energy density of the universe is contained in dark matter. The majority of scientists think we do need dark matter to explain the universe. And there are many observations and pieces of evidence for why dark matter exists. The way galaxies spin is determined by their mass. We can see the stars that make up the galaxy. So
if you skateboarded...
She stepped out.
What I have here just looks like a...
Light, it pushes on things. We know this. Solar cells, for example, harness the pressure from sunlight to propel through space. But photons, the particles of light, don't have any mass. According to Newton's laws, momentum is a product of mass and velocity. So massless photons shouldn't have any momentum, right? And yet, we know light makes things move and hence must carry momentum. So, what's really going on? The answer to this contradiction is straightforward. Newton's definition of momentum as the product of mass and velocity is not correct. And why is that so? Because Newtonian mechanics does not impose an upper limit on the speed of physical entities. In fact, it assumes that interaction between objects occur instantaneously, implying infinite speed of propagation of signals. For instance, according to Newtonian mechanics, if the sun were to disappear suddenly, its gravitational influence would cease immediately across the entire universe, and all the planets, irrespective of their distance from the sun, will fly away from orbit at the same instant. However, as Einstein theorized and subsequent experiments confirmed, speed of light in vacuum is a universal speed limit that applies to all physical entities in any inertial frame of reference. Here, an inertial frame is a frame of reference in which an object not acted upon by any force either remains at rest or continues to travel in a straight line at constant speed. The principle of relativity states that the laws of physics are identical in all inertial frames. Einstein combined the principle of relativity with the universal speed limit to create the special theory of relativity, which is needed to understand why photons have momentum despite having no mass. Because the speed of light in a vacuum is so much faster than the velocities of everyday objects, Newtonian mechanics, which assumes infinite value for c, seems accurate enough for our common experiences. However, for objects with speeds approaching the speed of light, the assumption that c is infinite is no longer valid, and Newtonian classical mechanics breaks down. In such cases, relativistic mechanics based on special relativity must be used. The existence of the universal speed limit equal to the speed of light in vacuum, invariant across all inertial frames, radically challenges the foundations of Newtonian physics. While Newtonian mechanics assumes absolute time, special relativity introduces the concept of time as relative to a specific reference frame. The Newtonian velocity addition rule is superseded by the Einstein's formula to accommodate the constancy of light speed. Likewise, the conservation of momentum violates the principle of relativity if Newtonian definition of momentum is used. That is, even if Newtonian momentum is conserved in one inertial frame, it is not necessarily conserved in other inertial frames, demonstrating its inadequacies. To be compatible with the principle of relativity, relativistic momentum is defined, which restores universality of the conservation of momentum in all inertial frames. Note here, if velocity is much smaller than the speed of light, we get the usual Newtonian definition of momentum. However, we cannot directly calculate photon momentum using the standard relativistic momentum formula, since photons have zero mass and travel at the speed of light, resulting in an indeterminate form of 0 divided by 0. To overcome these, we turn to the relativistic energy equation. By combining the expressions for momentum and energy and eliminating velocity, we arrive at the well-known equation relating energy and momentum. Incorporating zero mass for photons, we get P equals E over C. Thus, a photon's momentum is simply its energy divided by the speed of light. The energy equation also reveals that an object possesses a non-zero positive energy even when at rest. This intrinsic energy is termed rest energy, and it shows that mass is nothing but a form of energy. Consequently, the conservation of mass principle in Newtonian physics is replaced by the conservation of total relativistic energy in relativity. Considering the interchangeable nature of mass and energy, and given that photons are quanta of energy, it is unsurprising that they too carry momentum.
Newton's three laws of motion don't actually mention principles such as the conservation of angular momentum or the conservation of energy. Instead, principles such as these are just a consequence derived from applying Newton's three laws of motion and the laws for how forces are generated. Consider a system consisting of two spheres of equal mass, connected by a spring, rotating in space with no gravity present. The yellow arrows are vectors representing the momentum. The red arrows are vectors representing the forces on the spheres. In this scenario with the two spheres, the stretching and compressing of the spring can only cause the spheres to either feel a force directly towards the center of rotation or to feel a force directly away.
Hi, my name is Stephen Fine. I'm a freshman at MIT, class of 2015, and I'm also a member of the experimental study group. Today, I would like to talk.
My left ear wants to thank you. Greta Thunberg is very upset because they're using plastic. And they're not vegan. This is not vegan. You're not allowed. This bull would rather die than live, obviously. Oh shit. Oh, great.
When approaching a traffic light, this happened, but his response will shock you. But his response will happen, but his response will shock you. This happened, but his response will shock you.
I'm running. You on point with it. You up there in age, but you still got it. You're like a YouTube video.
He wanted to put the lion in a cage, but he knew a way to trick the lion. First, he got the lion accustomed to it by throwing the food in his hand into the cage. Then he threw the piece of meat in his hand further away and managed to get the lion into the cage.
Nice.
He wanted to put the lion in a cage.
See it. Ziva, you don't get a treat till she sits. See it.
Wow. Okay, this is pure chaos. A food delivery robot got absolutely obliterated by a train last week, and somebody definitely did not get their lunch. The other ones that stopped before the train just watched their buddy get killed right before their eyes. Man, what a tragic.
Oh my god.
Who do you think is the greatest chess player of all?
Bust like me, who just don't give a fuck like me, who dress like me, walk, talk, and act like me. It just might be the next best thing, but not quite me. I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you want is Slim Shady.
This chef was teaching a new employee how he cooks this in a pan, and when he let her try it, everything was fine until she accidentally touched the burning hot pan and then panicked and threw it to him to catch. This chef was teaching a new employee how he cooks this in a pan, and when he let her try it, everything was.
This girl welcomed her boyfriend home, but her dad.
This chef
want to.
This chimp mom thought she had lost her baby during childbirth, but the vets were able to revive it, and hours later, they let the mother back into the room with the baby. She didn't realize it was alive at first and continued grieving, but when she noticed the baby's hand moving, she immediately took it to her arms. This chimp mom thought she had lost.
Their doorbell camera caught their son losing his iPhone in the craziest way. His mom said only in this scenario was his bad language understandable. Their doorbell camera caught their son losing his iPhone in the craziest way.
It's possible to retrieve it. With a magnet, with some like...
Ian Gallagher, Halo Milkovich.
Yeah, I'm Ian Gallagher. Can I help you, officer?
I got some bad news for you. The PO was found dead this morning.
Paul is dead?
Fell out of a third-floor window. Detectives want you both to come down to the station today. Make statements.
Why? We don't know anything about that.
Whenever a PO dies, detectives interview all the parolees, especially if the death was suspicious.
Suspicious?
Well, people usually open a window before they talk about it. See you at the station. Bring Milkovich.
Mickey, hey, come on out. Cops are gone.
What the fuck they want?
Paul is dead.
Oh shit, is it Christmas?
It's not funny. Someone threw her out a window.
You kidding? That's extremely funny. There's like a verb for that.
No, I'm serious, Mickey. They want us to go into the station for questioning. You know anything about this?
No, I didn't kill her. Wait, do you know something about this?
No.
Got it.
Okay, so to be clear, you didn't kill her, or, you.
Why are you putting shit in weird air quotes?
Because I didn't kill her.
Okay, me neither. We both know what we know that we know.
Yeah. Ian Gallagher, Halo.
The man is carefully rescuing a little wolf that got...
Once majestic and abundant, the northern white rhinoceros now teeters on the brink of extinction.
Exterminated.
okay. For once, this is one of those rare times.
There is an ancient technique for preserving fresh fruit.
A lot of people, they make the mistake when they go to put this first bead on, they take their stick rod and they aim right for this bevel edge. Don't do that. That's going to set your cap up too low, and then you're going to need to add an extra bead for a cap, and I call that a Band-Aid. We don't want to do that. So we want to...
I don't understand. So, like, you don't want to start here? So, like, you want to start, like, here and just go like this?
Keep our rod above this bevel line and watch that puddle tie into the bottom edge of this bevel.
Right. I mean, in general, you want to tie it in. You want to create a tie.
Keeping our head in front of the puddle.
Are you going to show us how it's done, or are you going to just talk?
Above the bottom bevel line and watching the bottom edge of that puddle just barely edge my bevel and roll over on the back side of that weld.
He should be doing tiny rotations, like tiny rotating motions.
Have you ever had a PC problem so bizarre it makes you wonder how something like that ever happens? Ghost of Tsushima's game files.
If a pilot ejects from a fighter jet, does the aircraft have the ability to land by itself?
Oh my god, I just remembered! It's Chinese New Year!
When the wind's northerly, little birds like...
Quick, solve for E in this equation. No luck? That's okay. Kepler couldn't figure it out either after he discovered it in 1605.
Oh my god.
So many people will try to tell you that preacher curls are a safe exercise. And they are, as long as you follow a few simple steps. Just make sure you're adequately warmed up first before moving into your heavier working sets, and that you're using an amount of weight you can lift under strict control with a deliberate 2 to 3 second eccentric and without using body momentum or swinging
So scary. You can get hurt like so easily.
out of the bottom position.
This is a 330-pound professional bodybuilder.
Supplements are insanely... You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I'll fucking shoot you! It'll be the last fucking thing you ever do. You better get after it then. Too late. I'm gonna give you one last chance. You leave now, or you'll never leave. I'll bury you where you fucking stand. Get the fuck out of here.
So I noticed every time I take a shower, I was getting shocked when I would touch anything metal. So we have the voltmeter. You're rocking 70 volts.
So he's measuring around 70 volts between his tap to ground. Well, yeah, you read some voltage there, but can that voltage deliver enough current without dropping? Don't try this at home. But here, I have a 1 mega ohm resistor on live 120 volt wire. Let's measure at the output of the resistor. You see the voltage is a little bit lower at 108 volts. Still pretty high, but let's touch the output now. Bing! I don't feel it at all, and the voltage significantly drops. I think I should be able to even put it on my tongue, but never try this. Let's see. I'll barely feel it. Series resistance to a voltage supply is very important. Do not attempt this at home, you dummies.
So I notice every time I take a shower.
Yo, you ready for leg? Sir, why do you have 2 lunches in front of you?
Been here for 2 meals.
You're happy with that?
I just don't see much use in complaining.
Seriously?
We probably should say something. Maybe I can call one of the doctors I work
They're
with.
doing their best.
What the hell?
I'm sure it was an accident.
Is he Canadian?
He's a low priority.
Is that a yes?
He's just
happy. Good news, bad news.
Brain tumor.
Good news is, you know what you have. It's treatable. You're gonna live.
Prefrontal cortex.
What's the bad news?
The cure is a grueling course of pills. It's like 1 a day for a month.
No, you're just trying to make me laugh.
Yeah, I think that's a challenge.
You have Chagas disease.
Not quite. Your brain's been swollen. Not enough to see, but enough to alter your personality. I stand by the principle.
I'm not worried.
Neither am I.
Neither am I. That's because I don't care. Sir, what?
One response to the German Blitz was the Munsell Seaforts.
This is a 300.
So where's our table? Actually,
Okay.
bad news.
So the question is, okay, let me go get some more gum. Hmm. Does Q of t give us Q of t in does it give us the first postulate? Because what I'm going to do is just draw two electrons. Is it centered? Right, they're exchanging a photon. This is, each one of these is an electron. The F is upside down. We need an arrow to the left. Why is this the correct color? Where did this come from? Not from here. That's weird. So an arrow to the right. Well, they exchange a boson, they exchange a photon. It's not gamma. Where is G? Oh, this is gamma. But the point is that these are waves. And the photon exchange is through the ether. Let's assume some ether flow. So the photon exchange, it just slowed down. Because this photon has to swim against the current. The Lorentz transformation actually describes exactly this. You can't use the same color for the ether. This is the force due to the this is the Coulomb force. Same goes for this. However, Yeah, but all particle interaction is slowed down. Okay, we have to bring this to the front. But this doesn't look like a wave, so we need to. The electron needs to look like a wave. This could be a wave. I think I don't know exactly how a photon is pushed away. Electron elementary wave. experiences Coulomb's force due to photon exchange. Electron Coulomb's force. Photon elementary wave. Mm-hmm. This is what happens. The waving is just slowed down. The elementary wave or the elementary waving is slowed down. This is the idea of the proof of the first postulate. This is why the first postulate is true. And this is basically Lorentz It doesn't matter if it's Lorentz. This is the proof. If you want to argue, you can argue. I wish I could just talk to these people and get a response. Hey. Okay. Okay, they're watching a debate. I don't know what's going on. I can't hear anything. Oh, I didn't share this with you. Anyway, I'm trying to.
I learned a lot about relativity and the fact that there are interpretations we've been hearing.
Anyone with the link is a viewer.
If you're gonna use relativity for your model, then there's certain the math is not really. It's not up for interpretation. Man, it's an upward acceleration, and they try and like McToon attribute it to the Flat Earth Society. I'm like, wait a minute, this is relativity. This is your model, and I had to play a bunch of clips of some top globers saying just that.
Grudge. Grudge. Yeah, vengeance. I get grudge and vengeance.
So, like, I guess this is just a question. I'm not trying to like be cheeky. If you feel like you're capable of doing that to yourself, holding a grudge against yourself, then I think you should be able to forgive yourself because there's got to
I
be
think
a way out. You know.
I think I don't think you can hold a grudge against yourself. I think holding a grudge and forgiving as opposites are both involve an external source. Like someone can hold a grudge against you and someone can forgive you. All you can do is either
the question is, does it suffice? So the second postulate is proved because we assume ether. So we have a constant speed of light. We prove that. So the speed of light is a constant. That's a given. And the first postulate that the principle of relativity holds, namely that the laws of nature are immutable, that comes out of the second postulate. If the speed of light is a constant, so the observer cannot tell, the observer is always measuring a constant speed of light. And the observer is always measuring a constant speed of all elementary particles. So the universe is always constant. Therefore, the laws of nature are immutable to motion. So I would say, to conclude, assumption ether. I'm assuming ether. Therefore, constant speed of all waves we prove that that's already proven. So we can use that as assumption ether. Therefore, and because of that, so what if all waves, so what else are we assuming? We're assuming ether. All elementary particles are waves, QFT. Therefore, a constant speed of light, all elementary waves, so we need to call them elementary waves. Elementary waves. All elementary waves move at a constant speed. Always. Regardless of motion, of my motion, or all elementary waves in my frame of reference, or in my therefore, in my frame of reference, anything that is in my frame of reference, all elementary waves move at a constant speed always, and the definition in my frame of reference, regardless of my motion, all elementary waves move at a constant speed always. Therefore, the motion of these elementary waves is what is the laws of nature, is the laws of nature. That is the laws of nature. Therefore, the motion the laws of the motion, meaning the laws of nature, is a constant. In all reference frames. In all my reference frames. So the laws of nature are a constant to me. In all my reference frames. But this is true whenever I view somebody else. As their laws of nature, as they should be able to make this same argument. For themselves, they should be able to argue this for themselves. Therefore, all in all reference frames. Assumption. Hey,
Fundy hopped out. I don't even think he heard the last of it, which was like the key point to it. But anyway, I don't know if anyone else got that.
I just pasted a link in the side chat. If anyone is interested, I think I have a good proof for Einstein's first postulate that the principle of relativity, the laws of nature are immutable in all moving inertial frames of reference. Does anybody want to cross-examine me on this postulate, on this proof?
Is this the postulate you poised yesterday?
What? What?
Is this the same postulate that you poised yesterday?
No, yesterday probably was a second postulate. I was working on this just the last 2 hours. I just figured it out. This is the first postulate. This is the principle of relativity. The second postulate is the speed of light is a constant. The first postulate is that the laws, basically the laws of nature, are immutable in all inertial reference frames. So I cannot know that I'm moving. Wait, your audio. I can't hear anything.
Sorry.
Does anybody wanna question me on my proof? Does anybody want to hear it? This is I think groundbreaking. Took me a while. Einstein postulated it. He never proved it. No one ever proved it. So I think I have a good proof. Does anybody want to cross-examine me? Anyone? This is the foundation of special relativity. Without this, special relativity is not scientific.
I mean, didn't they just come up with it
Most
as
people
an
here don't
ad?
accept relativity.
Didn't they just come up with it as an ad hoc explanation as to after watching the behavior of light? And
If it all comes down to dark matter or dark energy, I don't know
and
if I want
having
to hear
the
it again.
and having the need to like discount the ether so that they can embrace their heliocentric model.
Well, Einstein said that therefore the ether is superfluous. He doesn't need the ether if he makes these two assumptions. So he just made two assumptions, and based on these two assumptions, he developed special relativity. And these two assumptions don't need the ether. But so what I did was I assumed the ether, and from the ether I proved the speed of light is always a constant. And from that I proved that therefore the laws of nature are a constant as well. So basically what I proved is that special relativity can only work assuming there is ether. So the ether is superfluous, but then special relativity is not a scientific theory. If you want to convert special relativity into a scientific theory, meaning into a mechanical theory and not just a postulate, then you need to assume the ether. So the ether, if you assume the ether, I can prove that you will always observe the speed of light to be a constant. And if you observe the speed of light to be a constant, then you'll observe the laws of nature to be a constant. So, does anybody want to grill me on what I'm saying? Does anyone understand anything that I'm saying? It's actually it's
I don't see where the ether has to be assumed, for one thing. I mean, they were measuring it and they were definitely detecting it, and that this is why that they needed to have the bending and warping of space time, the uh, time dilation, where the apparatus is what's shrinking rather than the speed of light going quicker in one direction versus another. Like, they were detecting it and measuring it, and J.J. Thomson measured it when he was measuring the scratching of the corpuscles, when he was measuring light in his experiments with the one on light and recent phenomena under the investigation of light, or something to that effect was the name of it. Like, it was measured and definitely detected, which is why they came up with relativity and claiming that there was a bending and warping of space-time which caused the apparatus to shrink, rather than saying that the light moved faster in one direction versus another. So I don't know why you're saying that it needs to be assumed. If you assume an ether, there's no assumption. Something's being measured. What you want to call it now, that's a different story. I guess you can call it something different, but they want to call it the bending and warping of space-time. Others in the past, which everything else has been built upon since, has called it ether. And they're embracing it now in such a way that they can wrap it into their new modern, as if they just detected it and they're just discovering it, but it's always been known. It's always been around and always been measured. So there's no assumption involved. Measured, detected. Carry on. I'm listening.
okay. So, I mean, Einstein in 1905 in his paper on relativity, he said, therefore the ether is superfluous. And pretty much that's the mainstream physics today. They say the ether is debunked. So I understand that you feel there is ether, that it's been proved. I feel just the same as you, obviously. But, the mainstream, they hate the ether.
Right. But what like, this is what I would like to ask mainstream. If the ether proponents before them, that they want to reject the ether so hard, and they're saying, like, well, what ether is your pre-hydrogen gases, but before it becomes matter that you can measure, and the smallest things that they measure, I guess there's another in protium, but hydrogen and helium, that's why they call it pre-hydrogen, right? Pre-hydrogen, ultra rarefied gases, that's ether, it's pure potential. The primordial substance that all things emerge from. What does mainstream claim that they have discovered, and they're trying to repackage with a different name that they call quintessence?
I think they call it the vacuum. They say that light is a wave in a vacuum, that quantum mechanical waves are in a vacuum, that, so they believe in a vacuum. If you say ether, you get expelled from any discussion, like in any mainstream physics discussion. They hate the ether with a passion. Like, I visit the globe gangsters. They hate the ether even more than they hate flat Earth. I mean, you would think they hate flat Earth more, but they don't. I mean, they hate me when I showed up and I started proving to them the ether. I mean, they shut me down all the time. They don't let me talk on that server. They let flat earthers talk. They don't let me talk. So
Yeah, they like to let. I mean, people who like to mock and ridicule or shut something down, they prefer to allow them to speak, just to give them the opportunity to do that. Like, but perhaps ether and and the acknowledgement of ether is the reason why they hate flat earthers. Right? So they'll immediately shut the ether down, but they'll let flat earthers, the ones who may actually bring the conversation to the table, they'll let them talk just enough so that they can mock and ridicule them, so nobody will listen to them.
Well,
That seems to be the MO when they don't want what someone's saying to be heard. Mock, ridicule, all that good crap. It's very common.
sure, but like the Globe gangsters, like when they invited me to their server. The server owner invited me to their server. He came first to my server and he heard me on a YouTube stream. And he said, "Oh, you talk about ether. Let me bring some people over." He brought his big guns over, and I mopped the floor with their faces. And then he invited me to their server. I came to their server. That was like 4 or 5 days ago. They wouldn't let me talk for days, and they just mocked me. And they thought that they were, they use bullying tactics to convert you. It's like conversion therapy. It's like communist China. The hour. They used to take people, anyone, doesn't matter. They used to mock them for hours just to bully and harass them, and they wouldn't even know why. So the Globe gangsters use the same tactic. They don't let me talk. Anyway, my point is that like I was thinking about Michelson and Morley. Can Michelson and Morley, can ether be detected? And my intuition is that ether cannot be detected. The detection of the ether is a violation of the first principle. The detection of the ether implies that that there is a preferred frame of reference. Then I would have felt it. It means that the laws of nature are not consistent. That is the detection of the. If you can detect the ether through an interferometer, that means the laws of nature in one direction are different than they are in another direction, and I can sense it. But obviously, we don't sense it. It's not like
But what if the laws are the same, right? The laws are set, and it's the fundamental. The laws are fundamental. It's just the conditions are. What if it's not the laws that are different in one direction versus another, but it just the different directions make the conditions different. The fundamental laws are the same for in either way. It's just your conditions are different.
That's exactly basically what you just said is my proof of the first postulate. I'll explain it in a second, but I can hear somebody. You gotta fix your audio. Fix your audio. I don't know what you're saying.
Yahweh, are you trying to speak Yahweh is King, or are you hot micing? If you're not trying to speak,
No,
maybe mute
I
your mic.
was. Sorry. I have
Oh, okay.
I
Go ahead.
was trying to say something, but I have someone speaking in the background while I'm waiting to find a pause. Sorry.
Well,
No,
go
I was
ahead.
gonna ask. Wouldn't the ether give a more continuous explanation for all the laws of physics, including like the second law of thermodynamics of energy neither being created nor destroyed? Because you would have the energy that would appear to be destroyed just be reunified with the ether and manifesting in other forms in which that energy manifests. But to me, a lot of the laws of physics in regards to energy are more continuous with the idea of ether than with special relativity and ideas of entropy and all these other things, because when you evaluate all of the other explanations, they actually leave a gray area that would require further explanation to solidify the explanation. But with ether, one substance permeating through all things, being the base substance for all atoms and everything, is a more continuous explanation, is it not?
Yeah,
So
or a more unified explanation. Yeah, if that's what you mean by continuous. Um,
yeah, but
Yes, absolutely.
yeah, but the purpose of the ether is like it's the lowest you can think of. It's under the ether serves as a foundation under special relativity, under general relativity, and under quantum mechanics. So especially under quantum mechanics. So the ether is the fluid in which quantum mechanical particles are actually waves. And they are able to be waves because it's all a fluid. Otherwise, what would they be waves in? So, so quantum mechanics may only make sense if you have an ether, and special relativity and general relativity only make sense if you have an ether. But what you mentioned, like thermodynamics, that is one layer or multiple layers above quantum mechanics. So the ether is a foundation for quantum mechanics and GR and SR. It's not a contradiction. It's a foundation. So that's
Well,
like
modern quantum is
hmm?
moving towards that background field anyway, even though they don't call it an etherical plane.
Right. So right. I mean, the mainstream is obviously self-contradictory, and it's they keep they keep saying the same thing and the opposite of that. They say there is a quantum field and all particles are waving in the field, but it's a vacuum. And
Yeah,
electron,
yeah, like
yeah,
that quantum field's ether to us, right? You and
right,
I would
right,
assume. Okay,
right.
yeah.
So, like to me and you, it's ether. That's the quantum field. But to the mainstream, if they say ether, they get kicked out of university. They lose their grants and they lose their high-paying jobs.
No
but if
more
they call it,
college chicks.
Yeah.
but if they call it quintessence that they find within the quantum field theory, then they're good to go, even though it's referring to the same thing.
Well, Einstein's theory took off the minute he took out the etherical plane and replaced it with the coordinate system of time and space, fabric of
Right.
time, the fourth
And
dimension.
that
You know?
right, and that's another thing too. Like when there's this talk about reference frames and coordinates, and like a lot of that talk is assuming that there is another one outside of this one. So until someone can prove that there is another reference frame outside of this one, and like
Yeah.
it's just yeah.
Yeah, the multiple reference frames of GR. Yeah, yeah. I hear.
So that's like one of the papers that I'm going to write. So I agree with Einstein and everything he said. However, I also agree with Lorentz on everything he said. So no one complains that Einstein contradicts Lorentz, but uses Lorentz transformations. So Lorentz created his transformations based on ether. So, and Maxwell, of course, also created Maxwell's equations based on ether. Lorentz created Lorentz transformations based on ether. And Einstein comes along and says, yeah, the Lorentz transformations are correct without ether. And no one raised an eyebrow and said, hold on, how is that possible? Einstein says, I don't need the ether, but Lorentz transformations, which are built on ether, are correct? How does that make any sense? That's like the weirdest thing in the universe. Like Lorentz ends up being correct, with his transformations, but incorrect about the ether. And Einstein, nothing makes any sense. This is so nonsensical. How could that be? What's going on? So Einstein says there is no ether, but Lorentz transformations, which are based on ether, still hold. So what? And of course, the transformations end up being correct. They are proven in experiments, and no one talks about, like, everybody, like every video on YouTube that discusses Einstein, it's called Lorentz transformations. But they never talk about Lorentz. They never talk about how Lorentz derived these transformations. They always say, Lorentz derived these transformations, but I'm going to teach you now how Einstein derived these transformations.
Well, maybe I need to look into how Lorentz derived his transformations, because I wasn't aware that it was based on ether. That does kind of like change everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In the whole paradigm, the perspective of the whole paradigm.
Right. Now, Einstein said basically, like, time dilation is observed. There's no real time dilation. Clocks don't really slow down. It's just an observed phenomenon. Length contraction is not real. It's not that you shrink when you
Amen.
move.
Amen, brother.
What?
No, I agree with you. I said amen, brother. It's like a religion when you get into talking about the time dilation and shit.
Yeah, well, they'll just come back with it's from the perspective of the observer that you appear to shrink. And Lorentz did. He based them on the field background and the propagation of light and the contraction of light as it has to move through the field.
Right. So actually, so I figured it out. So I was thinking about this for the past basically 2-3 days nonstop. I was meditating on this, sleeping, waking up, watching every video on YouTube about it. And finally, I think I have it maybe figured out. So both Lorentz and Einstein are correct. There is both a physical time dilation and a physical length contraction. And there is also, on top of that, observed time dilation and observed length contraction. Both are right.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see it in working, I guess, because I mean the way that they get the time dilation and contraction is to account for the different speeds of light in different directions, right? So if you just simply account for that and call it what it is, there's no need for the length contraction, right? So I don't know. It seems kind of like it's
So Lorentz came up with length contraction and time dilation because Michelson and Morley received a null result. So Michelson and Morley couldn't get a signal with the two directions of the interferometer. So Lorentz assumed that it's impossible to detect the ether using an interferometer. So I came to the conclusion that being able to use an interferometer to detect the ether would violate the principle of relativity, meaning it would give me a preferred reference, meaning if I would turn my head one way, the laws of physics would behave one way. If I turn my head the other way, the laws of physics would behave a different way. If I can, go ahead.
No. On that note, though, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just saying on that note, though. But if we both agree, because I think you agreed with me, that the laws of nature aren't actually different, right? The laws of the nature are the same. The only thing that's different are your conditions in one direction versus another. So if you work off that premise, there's no issue, right?
So Yeah. So, but also Einstein is correct. This is what I'm saying. What you just said is, I think, what Lorentz basically said. But also Einstein is correct. They're both correct. And
Okay, well,
so,
how hold on.
mhm,
Like, is Einstein saying,
mhm.
like, how can they both be correct if Lorentz is saying that the laws are the same, the fundamental laws are the same, they behave the same, the conditions are different in one way versus another, and Einstein is saying that it's reference frame dependent, that there are multiple reference frames, and that the apparatus, there's actually time dilation going on, that the apparatus is actually shrinking. Those seems contradictory to me.
Okay, I'll tell you how I see it. So Einstein says, if I am moving relative to you, then I would notice your clock ticking slower. That's all that Einstein said. He didn't say that your clock would actually tick slower. He said there's no such definition. For you, your clock might
Right.
be.
So
Mhm.
so the apparatus isn't shrinking. It's just observably from a different perspective, it could appear
Exactly.
to, kind of like Coriolis, right? It requires a moving Earth. So to invoke Coriolis means you're invoking a moving Earth, but it's not an actual thing that's happened. It's just an observed optical effect that you're
Exactly.
seeing.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
Okay.
Einstein. Lorentz said no. You actually shrink. When you move, one person is moving relative to the ether, and they must be shrinking relative to that motion. They experience length contraction in the direction of motion relative to the ether. It's a physical contraction. So Lorentz said there is a preferred frame of reference, that is the ether. And if you move relative to the ether, you slow down. Your clock ticks slower and you length contract. He actually said your
Yeah,
clock. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, that's the difference. The preferred reference frame over the general reference frame, or
Exactly.
the relative reference frame relative to this and that, or is it all one fixed
E-
general reference frame?
Exactly.
Yeah, I
So,
would say I agree with you. Like, I like where your mind's at. It seems to be, yeah.
so what
I
I,
I
think
mean, I think we agree, actually.
yeah,
I felt like we weren't at the beginning. Sorry, Bettelman. Go ahead.
I think many things point to an absolute reference frame, but you can have observational references of that. It might appear different to you, but as far as the absolute reference frame it is concerned, there is only one absolute truth, no matter how you observed it.
so not exactly. So that is what Lorentz said. Einstein said everything is relative. Lorentz said everything is changes when you move relative to the absolute ether.
Frame. Yeah.
Einstein removed the ether. Einstein said, I don't need the ether. If I'm moving relative to you, it doesn't matter if you're moving or I'm moving, I'll see your clock ticking slower. And Lorentz said, no. One of us is moving relative to the ether, and that guy is going to slow down and shrink. And I'm saying
Have,
both are true. Both Einstein and Lorentz are correct, and there's no contradiction. It's
are you? Did you? I heard. Did I hear you right when you? I heard you say that you were going to write a paper
yes,
on this.
yes,
Have you ever heard of Ray Fleming?
no, maybe.
You. I'll post one of his videos. Like, I think he's probably right in line with you. I don't know if he would be totally, but like, I don't know. There may be some things you can glean from him,
But
or
I'm
maybe you guys could work together. Who
Hey,
knows? But
NASA shills want to jump all over this.
oh, I
but
know he is. I wanted to like at least address him on that. See if he knew Ray Fleming before they started in.
but I should just let you know that I am fully mainstream physics compliant. Like nothing I said is against mainstream physics. Everything I'm saying,
No, you're right. You're right.
But this guy kind of sort of is, but kind of sort of isn't. Like he sees the flaws in how they're trying to depict things and how they explain things. And like he pointed out like 25 lies, 25 or more. I think it was actually more lies in modern physics because it's just the way that they convey it. Right. But when you get to the fundamental basics of what it is and what it's saying, um, so I just sent you one link that was the one on Ether from his site. Like, but he's got a ton of videos that you might actually enjoy. And I don't know, like you maybe maybe you would even like agree with him on a lot of things. Maybe you wouldn't. If you wouldn't, I'd be interested in hearing what you disagreed with him on and why. Because I'm still open minded. I don't just like latch on to someone just because they agree with me on some
oh,
things.
oh,
Like,
I know this
you know,
guy. I know this guy.
do you?
There's nothing. I used to listen to him all the time. There's nothing he says that I agree with. Unfortunately, everything is nonsense. Unfortunately.
I would really love to pick your brain in a more in-depth convo that I don't think that it's possible for us to do here in this live stream. But
Yeah. I mean, I used to listen to
I
him all the time, and he's also a global warming. He believes in global warming. So you know who's camp.
well,
Well, it's
yeah, well, I don't. Does he? I
yeah.
mean, does he now,
I debate.
or did he?
I talked to him in the comments. He believes in global warming. Look, but that's a cherry on top.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
Nothing he says I agree with. Like nothing. Like, it's all nonsense. Look, I'm
Well, what
complete.
what
Hmm.
what about his take on CMBs or CMEs or what about his take on the ether or the fact that ether must exist because a vacuum is polarizable and like just on the smaller issues like the more basic fundamental issues not like the in-depth where it requires a belief in this and a belief in this and if you agree in these two things and this next third thing then this is also true, right? Not where it gets that complex but just on those basic fundamentals. Like, do you disagree with those also?
Look, I didn't listen.
Shout out.
I didn't listen to all his videos, but I listened to a lot of his videos, and any video that I listened to on close inspection, there is nothing I agreed with him on. He's completely nonsensical. I'm sorry.
Well, I would that's what I would love to hear more about. So, yeah, maybe
We can,
sometimes we could
yeah, sure.
speak more privately, and I could pick your brain more on that.
Yeah.
I would love
I'm
to hear.
usually, I'm usually, I'll give you a link to my server where I usually hang. I'm usually on my server and I'm available. So I'll give you a link. Or we
Right,
can.
I gave you a link also.
Oh, okay.
So,
What? That's your server?
Yeah, that's her server.
Okay.
Radar. I think the use of the Lorentz contraction absolutely implies an absolute reference frame, an etherical plane.
Look. So
But I can dig they can both be true. I can dig that. I can follow that reasoning.
I mean, look. Everyone agrees that. I mean, everyone agrees, but you can derive it yourself. Einstein said, I don't need the ether, and I am going to derive Lorentz transformations without the ether. That's Einstein. So everything is like you pick a frame of reference. Like I'm moving in reference to you. I don't care that there is an absolute ether. I don't care. I am moving in reference to you or relative to you. Therefore, I will see your clock ticking slower. I will see you length contracting. And okay, that's Einstein. Lorentz said, if I am moving relative to the ether, my clock will tick slower and I will experience length contraction. Okay, everyone agrees that these two said these two things, but they both derived the exact same Lorentz transformations. Now that's incredible.
No, Einstein used Lorentz transformation for his thing, but Lorentz. I think you're talking about his earlier hypothesis or his earlier theory, because didn't Poincare update his theory so that he could use it with a moving ether? Like because you're right. The first one was general. It was only uh, it was only implied that one of the frames was moving and the other one was static with the ether. But
Yeah, you're right.
because it didn't work out. So Poincare updated it so that he could do the lens contraction with the moving frame, so that it was more universal. I thought
don't
that
know.
was the case.
I don't know. I didn't do my research yet. I'm right now. Right now, I wanted to present to you what I discovered today, and that is the proof for the Einstein's first postulate for the postulate of the principle of relativity. That Einstein assumed that the laws of nature are constant regardless of motion. What Lenny Susskind called the laws of juggling are the same whether I'm on a moving train or a stationary train. So no one ever proved why the laws of physics should be constant regardless of whether I'm moving or stationary. Einstein just postulated it. So today I wrote a proof, and I put it in the side chat.
It's funny because I'm also doing I'm doing a presentation on light and the history of the nature of light, and the crux of it is all around that part of history when Einstein and Lorentz were both coming up with their theories for how it propagates, for electrodynamics through the moving bodies. So it's interesting. Maybe we should compare notes.
Wait, repeat. What's your thesis? Do you have a thesis? Do you have what's your claim? Are you making a claim? Do you have a theory, a hypothesis? Are you there? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I thought
it's
he
just-
said he was putting together a presentation, working on a presentation.
Yeah, but what's the thesis? What's his claim? What is he claiming?
I'm with you.
No, I'm just
I know
asking.
what
I'm
the
not.
thesis is.
No,
What's the
Yeah, we're
point
all-
of the?
Yeah,
what's the point of the
Yeah.
presentation exactly? So
We're on the edge of our seat too. We're waiting for him to
I think
unmute
he
and
likes
respond.
to do that. His ass probably in the bathroom. He takes us to the shower.
No, I'm cleaning the cat box. I'm about to leave my house. I already answered that though. I said it's on the history of the nature of light.
Yeah.
What's your thesis? What are you trying to say? I'm asking, are you trying to say something, or did you discover something?
Oh, that's a postulate.
I'll say this one more time, and then no. It's a presentation on the history of the nature of light.
Okay.
I'm with you, bro. You're just going to present the history. You're not going to make a postulation based on it.
So if you need my
if you're
help,
gonna-
if you need my help, at this point, I'm pretty much. I don't want to toot my horn, but I feel very comfortable talking about the history of light.
Well, you should look into what he was just talking about when the Lorentz formations were upgraded. Then that'll extend your knowledge on the subject.
Anyway, so I'm pretty proud of myself for my proof. Anyway, so the proof of Einstein's first postulate. So how can we prove that the laws of nature are constant, whether in all frames of reference, whether moving or not. The laws of juggling are the same. How can we prove it? Whether I'm moving or not, the laws of physics are the same for all observers in all frames of reference.
Right. Only the conditions are different. That's what I'm with you on that 100%.
Right, but Einstein postulated it, meaning he didn't have a proof. He said, let's assume the laws of nature are the same regardless of the frame of reference. I think that's what he said. Let me double check that.
Regardless of the framework. Well, I mean, that's assuming that there's another frame of reference, though, outside of this realm, right? Like, I mean, if you're moving in one direction versus another direction and the conditions are different, the fundamental laws of nature would still remain the same and you could still get different effects because the conditions are different. It doesn't mean that there's another like frame outside of this realm, earth centered, right? It doesn't mean that there is another non earth centered reference frame. It just means that the conditions are different, moving one direction versus another, or depending on, you know, what your conditions are for the setup, right? But you're still in the same earth-centered reference frame. There's no evidence that anyone has ever left the earth-centered reference frame. So it's working off an assumption. And even when he came up with that, no one had even claimed to have done that yet. So he couldn't even say that anyone had ever reached any claimed reference frame outside of that. He was assuming that if you could achieve that, that's what you would observe.
No, but he was
Right? But the fun,
he was talking about a train. He said whether your train is moving or stationary, it doesn't matter. The laws of juggling still hold. That's basically
right?
how. Mhm.
Go ahead. I didn't know you weren't finished.
No, I'm saying that's how Professor Leonard Susskind presented it in his introduction to special relativity in Stanford, like 15 years ago. If you watch the course, so he said,
Well, I don't even know what's his name.
He
Professor,
juggled the balls, didn't he?
Can you put the name in the text chat?
yeah, Professor Leonard Susskind. I'll give you the link. It's a famous
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, because you're
Leonard.
going to stumble around juggling, whether you're on the train and it's moving or if you're trying to juggle in a stationary place or room. I like the analogy.
Right. That's how he presented it. That's not how Einstein presented it. Einstein,
Yeah, I know.
Einstein said something that I still didn't understand exactly how Einstein presented his first postulate. Anyway, that's Lenny Susskind. He's a nice guy. Obviously, like he's super mainstream, but he says, he's not 100% mainstream. Like he says things. I don't know if, like, they. It's not like they all love each other. They have wars internally too. But still, within some mainstream framework.
Right, but the behavior of it is it is an actual, right? It is what whatever it's doing, it's doing. That doesn't change. It's just from the observer. So it's observer
Exactly.
dependent.
Exactly. So basically, I would say that Einstein, it's called reverse engineered the universe. So Einstein said, we noticed that the laws of physics don't change whether I'm stationary or moving. And we notice that the speed of light is always measured to be a constant. Okay, that's a given. Now he said, I don't know why this is true, but in order for this to be true, the following must hold. And then he gave us basically Lorentz transformations. And he explained that in order for the first and second postulate to hold, or from the first and second postulates, you get the time dilation and length contraction and so on. It's just reverse engineering. It's not like he thought in terms of cause and effect, whereas Lorentz thought
Does the
in
bomb
terms.
blow up?
What?
You riding the train? Are you gonna ride the train?
I mean, are you for Ms. Lave? Are you for time dilation, Mr. Lave?
I am. My time dilation is a combination of Lorentz plus Einstein. It's completely revolutionary. It's
Is that how do you know what's happening?
because I
It's a
assume
combination of Harry Potter and like some Disney movies.
All right. But hold on, what's the difference? Isn't it the same formula?
exactly. It's the same formula, but for different reasons. So Lorentz said that there is an ether, and Einstein said we don't need the ether. But
Christopher Walken, how do you know this time dilation thing is actually happening? Yeah, I started that.
who's Christopher Walken?
Christopher Walken
I
really say
mean,
that?
Christopher Mr. Lave, Mr. Slave, how do you know it's actually, how do you know
Oh,
it's actually happening?
time dilation. How do I know? I think like the look. I didn't check it myself, but like
Bro, Jeremy, I literally just got that, dude. He does talk like Christopher Walken. He's like, well, and he kind of like has that cadence, dude. That's hilarious, bro.
that's
I don't know. I don't get that
Guys,
from him.
please, we got to go through this rigmarole every time. Just let him answer. How do you know this time dilation thing? That you don't know, you never checked. Fine.
You started it,
Is
Jeremy.
that the answer? You don't know, you've never checked if this is even a real thing.
well, you're asking for the fourth time, and you haven't let me answer it even once. So you can ask if you want a couple of more times if it makes you feel better.
Were you
It
gonna
doesn't.
answer?
That sounds like something Christopher Walken would say, bro.
It
I
doesn't.
just want to know, was he gonna answer?
Guys, please just let him answer. How do you know this is even happening? Do you know? Please.
Okay. So there's many phenomenon that are explained through time dilation. Even you could say like magnetism, an electric wire becoming magnetic is well explained through length contraction, for example. That's like one example.
That's how you know time dilation is happening, because magnetism?
That's one example. I mean, there's other examples. I mean, there's
And time, what do you think time dilation is? No.
time dilation. So I think there's two forms of time dilation. One is an actual time dilation. When you move through the ether, your clock retards, as Lorentz called it. He called it clock retardation. That's what you.
So
Go ahead.
this is just about just clocks that don't tick right when you move through ether, but time's all functioning as is.
Well, the clocks at the end of the day, it's including atomic clocks. So atomic interactions are slowing down. So everything, elementary particles are slowing down. So I don't know what it means, time. That's why Lorentz didn't say time dilation. He said clock retardation. But you could say that
Well, there's a lot of things I could do to change how fast the clock ticks. Would you not agree?
but this is an atomic clock. So Lorentz was talking about the very interaction between elementary particles. He said that changes physically. Length contraction is real. You contract when you move through the ether. And I
Length
agree.
contraction is something gets physically smaller.
Yes,
It
I thought you
tangibly
said.
it tangibly shrinks.
I
Yes.
thought you just. But when we were going back and forth, I thought you agreed with me that it was only an optical effect depending on which reference frame that you were in, and that in
Bro,
viewing it, that it wasn't actually shrinking, just like Coriolis. And
It's
you agreed with me.
but it's both. I agree with you, but there's two effects. There is if you move through the ether, you actually contract, and if you observe someone moving relative to you, they contract. You measure them as contracted. Everything.
It's optical.
No,
They're not really shrinking.
it's more than optical. If they shrink, then their density is higher. You measure a higher density. So if they're very long and they shrink, they become very massive. They gain relativistic momentum. So it's
All
measurable.
right.
I don't.
Have we ever measured it? I'll wait till you're done. Truth. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Jeremy. Like
No,
I
I'm
was
just
just
gonna
good.
wait. I'm just gonna wait.
No, the only thing I was gonna say is like what he just said. Damn it! Now I can't even remember what it was. Like he was saying that relativist. Say what you just said again. Damn it!
So there's two.
Sorry.
So I think I didn't write the paper yet. So right now it's just my intuition, but I feel very strong about it. So I think both Lorentz and Einstein are correct. There's two effects that are, it's the same equations. Incredibly enough, it's the same equations. So Lorentz said the simpler, the more mechanical thing. Lorentz said there is an ether, and if I move through the ether, I physically slow down and I physically contract in the direction of motion. That's Lorentz. Einstein said that he ignored Lorentz. He said, I don't care about the ether, meaning I'm not going to talk about the ether. The ether is superfluous. Those are his literal words. And he said, if I observe somebody moving relative to me, it doesn't matter if I'm moving or they're moving. It doesn't matter if I'm moving to the right or I'm stationary and they're moving to the left. It doesn't matter. If they're moving relative to me, then I will observe their clock to be ticking slower, and I'll observe them to be length contracted in the direction of motion. And I think both Lorentz and Einstein are correct. You get both effects, and there's no contradiction. Incredibly enough, and no one has ever said this. I don't think anyone has ever said this. But it's the same equation.
They said it.
Who said it?
Them.
No, they argued.
Einstein. I'll show you. Lorenz has a quote where he says exactly that.
Show me. Let me check if somebody on YouTube ever combined both Einstein and Lorentz were correct.
Well, Jeremy said that he was next, but then he hopped into a different chat. So, because like my thing was right when I asked you that I thought I thought you agreed with
I
me
did,
that it was only optical,
but it's not.
but then you said it's both,
It's
right? That it
both.
actually shrinks plus it's optical.
It's
And
not.
I think that's where I had the hang up, trying to
It's
understand what.
but it's not. No one says it's optical. I would never say it's optical. I used to think it's optical, but it's not. It's more. It's more than optical. Imagine an infinite train.
That's an oxymoron, dude.
No, 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 no. Imagine a very long train that, for all intents and purposes, it's infinite. It's 10 trillion miles long, and it's zipping by you, so its length contracted. That means, right in front of you, you used to think there is some mass, but now it's contracted. There's much, much more mass.
In a
So
smaller space over a smaller
exactly.
time.
And imagine
Okay.
it's close to the speed of light. So it's the mass becomes near infinite. It becomes a black hole. So a simple
The
train,
faster that something goes, the more dense it gets in the
yes,
smaller space. This is the ether based. Like I
it's both.
agree with you that
It's
this
it's
it
both.
is ether based.
It's both
um,
both ether and a relative frame of reference. It's both. Both are correct. There's no
well,
contradiction.
the thing about
Like,
the issue that I'm having with this frame of reference thing
hmm
here is a frame of reference thing is indicative of perspective and observer. Right? It's not an actual thing that it's doing. It's like what you're observing it to do, what you can observably measure. It's not what it's actually doing. So when you go to talking about different reference frames, you're no longer talking about what is actually happening at a fundamental level. It
look,
can't be both. If appears to be a way in one frame, and in another frame it actually is a certain way, when the actuality is the same in both, but you're just observing it differently, like it can't be both. That's where I have an issue.
right. So okay, the way Lorentz expressed it, like if the train zooms past you and it's moving relative to the ether, it's actually becoming compressed, it's becoming more dense, and its density reaches a black hole. It becomes a black hole and it sucks you in. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Proving black holes so tough.
What? I
Tough.
can't hear you. Wait, what?
Oh, sorry.
You said proven black holes are so tough.
No,
Stuff.
you can prove a black hole
Thank you,
directly
thank you.
from Newton. That's one of my upcoming papers. That's easy. You can arrive at a black hole from Newton in one piece of paper. I've done this multiple times. It's very easy. There's a YouTube video
Only
where,
only mathematically though. Like, has anyone ever observed one or seen it? Like, has it been an actuality in reality, or has it only been mathematically
yeah,
derived?
yeah, we know there's something at the center of the universe that the stars next to it are zooming past the very epicenter of the galaxy. Did I say universe? I meant galaxy. At the center of the galaxy, of our galaxy, it's called Sagittarius A star. There's nothing at the center, yet there's a bunch of stars zooming at incredible speeds. That the only explanation is that there is something that doesn't shine, that weighs like a million suns. That the simplest explanation is that it's a black hole. And you can easily
I feel like if you just like kind of have a comparative geometry to what I guess you're like a spherical earther.
Yeah, I'm mainstream. I'm completely mainstream. I mean,
Right. So yeah,
Mhm.
if you consider that like everything moving around like a disk as opposed to like this celestial sphere concept, things might make more sense, and they've kind of I think been understood by ancient peoples for a long time.
I can barely hear you. Uh, I'm on board with mainstream on many things. I argue with mainstream on many things, but the conclusions are identical. I agree with SRGR, quantum mechanics, Maxwell. I agree with them on everything. I disagree with them on many things, but they disagree with each other. They have their internal wars. So I have my wars with them, but I agree with 99.9% of what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. I agree with. No, I don't like him.
Oh well, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's just you're going to be limited by boxing yourself into trying to like argue with this crowd of people you're talking about now. It's a growing list, rather than sort of
No, they hate me. No, mainstream
reach
hates me.
for.
No, don't worry about it. They don't talk to me.
Well,
If you worry that they're talking to me, don't worry about it. They don't talk to me. They mock me. They hate me more than they hate you. So don't worry about it. Don't sweat
well,
it.
yeah, like extrapolating things from or deriving things from mathematics. I think it's kind of a troublesome. Uh,
No, it's fine. I
you're
do it
making
all.
trouble. You are.
I understand, but you could
Well, because
argue.
you could you not like invent something and derive it and like have it not be something that's real at all, but like provable also.
Look, at the end of the day, we have seen evidence for black holes. We predicted them. They make sense on paper, and then we see them at the center of of galaxies. So
Where do you see them at? You see them in video
yeah,
footage that they present to you as
yeah.
footage that is viewed from far off galaxies. When we like, how can you verify that that is true? That it is what they claim that it is? Is there any way that you can verify what they're claiming?
No, I mean, yes and no. I understand that I'm also always skeptical. I don't like these people. I don't like academia. You don't have to convince me to hate academia. If I could dismantle academia, I would do it yesterday. So,
It's just that like you could perhaps like come up with a framework for which like you say like oh like black holes like work electromagnetically. Actually, they're electromagnetic black holes, and or you could say that oh they're like eddy currents or something like that. Things that we already understand and observe. There's nothing here that's like a black hole. So there's just I really love to ground my observational brains into things that we can like do here. It makes it so like hands on, when you put it like 100 million miles away, it just feels like it could be total like comic book shit.
look,
I mean, I'm not one to give you any advice because you don't know me. I don't know you. We're just like pixels on Discord. We're pixels on the internet. We mean absolutely nothing to one another, right? But what I would suggest is that, especially if you're going to go against mainstream, because the main thing about mainstream is half the crap that they feed us, they have no evidence for. So if anything that you're going to build any of your thesis or your hypothesis on is going to like include anything from mainstream that's not been verified, just disregard it and discount it and
yep,
only adhere to those things that can be measured,
yep,
experimentally verified,
yep,
and built upon from there.
yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually much worse than you. So I redefined science. So according to me, my definition of science is that a proper scientific theory must be 100% mechanical. I don't accept special relativity to be a scientific theory. I don't accept the probability of quantum mechanics to be a proper scientific theory. Like
What's mechanical and what's observable and what's scientifically proven about a black hole?
So a black hole, according to me, I can derive it mechanically directly from the ether.
Can you make one? Can you create one? Because that's what it's sounding like you're saying.
Given the budget, give me the budget. Sure, I'll do it.
Have you not done it yet? Have you seen someone do it?
it's a big budget. I need to, take a star and dump a lot of stuff on it until it goes supernova, and then the remnants.
But
Mhm.
but you've never done it, and you've never seen anyone else create one either, right? You've never actually observed one or measured one directly. So that's my question. Have you ever created one, or have you ever seen where anyone else has been able to create
No,
along the fundamental lines of the theoretics that they suppose that it could happen?
no, we haven't yet.
Okay, then you're just believing in it, right? And it's not based on any substantial foundation.
No, no, no. So, look, no one on Earth has created a black hole yet, but we have seen black holes going through the process of supernova into existence. And
You've seen lights and videos or whatever they presented you, and they've told you that that what you're observing moving is due to a black hole, and you believed that. You cannot verify that. You do not know that to be true.
I understand what you're saying. I am the most skeptical person you've ever met. So,
I'm skeptical of that. So, how do you feel about now?
you're skeptical of me being
Yeah,
skeptical.
what are you
How do you feel
skeptical
about it
about with the
now?
heliocentrism? Are you skeptical about heliocentric beliefs at all? What's your most skeptical take on the heliocentric model?
I'm
I mean, I'm
skeptical.
skeptical about Snacks being skeptical about you being skeptical. So
It's like an infinite
I'm having
skepticism.
a hard time buying that, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that he doesn't buy that you're skeptical about Snack being skeptical about Mr. Slave being skeptical.
Anyway, so
Infinite skepticism regress.
I'm
The,
always,
the damn skepticism got contracted.
I'm always
Well,
open-minded.
wait, let him answer. I want to know what you're most skeptical about with the heliocentric model and all the fake space stuff, or the stuff about space being possibly fake. Are you skeptical about any of the stuff they show you about space and black holes or anything?
I am, as you said, infinitely skeptical. So I'm always open-minded to see any evidence in every which direction. But for now, most of the evidence that I've been presented, is such that, more or less I'm on board
For
with me.
example,
What?
can we get an example of that evidence?
Of a black hole?
Well, a citation for it as evidence outside of a theoretical forum. Can we meet that standard?
Mathematical construct.
So, if you believe, I have.
Well, then don't say evidences.
So
How about the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip I put in the chat? You said you agree with 99% of what he says. How about the football that barely makes the goal because of the rotation of the Earth? You think that's true? That the football was helped by the rotation of the Earth to make the goal?
I don't know. I don't know where's the link. Could you put it in the
I
side
just put
chat?
the little clip in the chat.
Which chat?
Yeah, I can do that.
I don't see it. Yeah, if you can.
We use the main chat here mostly, by the way. I know you like to use the side chat.
Yeah, the side chat, because I never
There you go.
find anything anywhere. So if you can just put it in the side chat.
All right, there it is. It says the Bengals won the game because the rotation of the Earth made it so that the football could actually go through the goalpost barely.
One day, waiting
But
for
if
him
if it had been kicked at a different time, then the rotation wouldn't have helped, or different distance.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to what he says. I'll mute the room so I don't bother.
Dave, you got something playing through your mic. You have like some other recording playing.
Who, me?
I do.
Yeah, we hear like TV or someone talking or something.
Maybe it was me. I'll mute. I'm gonna deafen myself and listen to the video. 1 second.
At the top of the hour, I hit a football game. They just ended the game at a tie, and they just started overtime. I said, that's about right. Let me just watch this. How bad could it be? After the necessary exchange of possession, it became sudden death overtime. And then one of the teams, Cincinnati Bengals, got within 50 yards, and they kicked a field goal. And the ball rotated up. It hit the left upright of the goalpost and went in. And I said, ooh, wait a minute. Which stadium is this? What's the latitude? And I looked at the orientation of the stadium. I did a calculation, and then I tweeted. The overtime winning field goal by the Cincinnati Bengals was likely aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right, imparted by Earth's rotation.
Most skeptical person ever.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I figure that 1% is going to seem really large for the things.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I mean, okay. I mean, he says, you know, what do you want me to say? You know, you have the recording. You can maybe he published
Well,
the.
that's your boy. You know, you could be apologetics for him, or at the very least.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. Look, I don't care for him. What are you talking about? I don't.
Well, can
I
you
thought you
get
said
to
you
the root
agreed
of?
with 98% of what he says. You agree with Neil deGrasse
I
Tyson now.
agree with 99% of what he says, not because he says it. I just happen to agree with it, not because he says it. I don't care that he says things. It happens.
You
All right,
don't
so
even know
what,
what
what,
he's. You don't even know what he's saying all the time because you don't even understand that football thing.
I do. I understand.
what about
I didn't do the calculation.
You was
Oh,
right
you
on
do
that
understand it. I thought you
1%.
said you didn't understand it.
I didn't do the I said maybe he published the calculation and we could look it up if you care. I don't care. Like who cares? Why do you care?
Is that
If
the
well,
1%?
what do you think the most compelling argument is for a stationary level Earth, like we
And do,
experience on all?
for state
and do you think that planes can land on the outer ponders?
stationary
Do you
what?
think planes can land on the outer ponds? That's the next question.
Yeah, when the outer ponders come here with the spaceships, will they treat the Earth as stationary, and how could they?
What's an outer pond? Okay, I don't know.
All right, Dave, hold
The
on a
outer
second.
ether.
Why do they need to have spaceships?
The
Come
outer
on,
ether
that's like an
rotates.
oxymoron. Dave, I gotta call my buddy out here. Dave, they don't have spaceships. There is no space.
No, it's just the
This
space
is
between
Flat
us and the
Man
outer
calling
ponds.
you out.
It's just space.
You put
It's
your
just space in
continent.
the air. You know, there's an exchange there. Yeah, if they come here in their airplanes, are they going to be able to treat the Earth stationary? Well, it's kind of an oxymoron anyway, because it's obviously not a ball if we got outer ponds. But what do you think?
I
This is
threw my
hilarious.
joke in. Hold on, I threw my joke in, but you did ask him an actual question. What was it on again? It wasn't on.
Yeah,
that.
what's the most compelling argument about? Because most people here think that we're stationary and level, just like the Earth seems. You know, and that's who you're talking to. So, I mean, it's impressive if you actually have a working ether of the working theory of the ether that includes heliocentrism, because that's a contradiction in most people's minds here. But regardless, what's the most compelling argument that you've heard from people who don't believe in the spinning ball any longer?
Look, all your arguments are compelling, but you know, I weigh the the pro and con evidence, and for now, it's overwhelming that the spherical Earth is like it's simpler, makes more sense by far.
Except Neil deGrasse Tyson says that we're living on a flat Earth because when you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they land at the same time. That only happens on flat Earth. I don't know if you knew that or not.
What?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Also, you
Neil
have to
deGrasse
consider.
Tyson says we shoot a bullet and drop a bullet. They hit the ground at the same time. That only happens on flat Earth.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that would be another calculation you have to check into, like the football.
Yeah,
But
look,
no, I mean, you're saying that the
stop,
heliocentric model is much simpler, but what
stop,
could be more simple than the reason you don't
stop,
feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning?
stop,
That's
stop,
the most simple solution to that.
stop being mean to me. Do me a favor. Like if I want to, if I want people to attack me, I'll go to be with the globe idiots. I'm not here to be.
Oh, I wasn't attacking you. I'm just asking what you think the most compelling argument is for what we think the Earth most likely is. Wasn't at all attacking you. I'm just wondering if you were. I mean, because the most simple solution to the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is you're not spinning. That's like Occam's razor right there. I don't know why heliocentrism would be more simple, really.
Look, you asked me a question about the bullet, and then you made fun of me that I need to do the calculation. You didn't let me answer. And that I'm saying, that's not
Oh, I'm
nice.
sorry. I thought that would be your answer. I assumed that because you were saying you'd have to do the calculation for the football, so I thought it'd be similar. But go
Yeah, so I meant stop doing that. Like, stop asking me questions, answering for me, and continuing on, essentially silencing me. If I wanted that, I can go to be with the globe idiots. I'm not.
Okay,
Do
bro,
you
you gotta
do you
calm down with the
do you under,
grief. Yeah,
do you,
gotta calm down with the grief, bro.
do you understand the question he's asking? If you do, can you just give your answer?
Yeah, intuitively, if you fire a bullet and you drop it at the same time, there's YouTube videos that they fall at the same rate.
Yeah, but they hit the ground if they hit the ground at the same time, that means Earth is flat.
I don't see how it's relevant.
Because if you're 10 feet off the ground and you drop a bullet, the ground has 10 feet to fall. If you shoot a bullet, the ground is dropping beneath the bullet and the bullet has farther to fall. On a globe, that is, on a flat Earth, they just hit the ground at the same time.
Look,
Yep.
I
So if
don't
you're saying they
know.
hit the ground at the same time, and this video is showing it, then welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
No, so look, I saw a video where a guy did it in a classroom. He threw a bullet and dropped it, not a bullet, just a ball. Just threw one in a trajectory and dropped one, and they met. They hit each other in a classroom. So I don't know if you talk about a bullet with long distance, uh, I don't know. But in general, I don't see how that would be evidence for a flat Earth. Look, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not convinced at all by flat Earth. Like, it's.
I just told you
That's
how it's
fine.
evidence. I just told you how it's
Hey,
evidence. Is if you
Jeremy, there's
shoot
a
a bullet,
video I just put
if you shoot a
real
bullet
quick.
and you drop it, there's drop over distance. So the bullet you shot has farther to fall. They can't possibly, unless the bullet you shot falls faster than another bullet and something's weird is going on with gravity, then I guess that could happen on a globe. But
Let me ask
if
you.
gravity's all standard, the bullets hit the ground at the same time. That's flat Earth.
Hey, Jeremy, there's a clip I just put in the chat. That's another great airplane argument that Dave Weiss was making when he was on with Spacebusters guy, and something that people should be talking about, because when they do their rate of descent at about 100 miles away from.
Yeah, for sure. I have a job. I make money. What's your problem?
Well, get to it.
Hey.
I can do two things at once, mate.
We're cleaning all the garbage out of the flat Earth.
I thought I heard Miki's voice.
I think debate is just a psyop. Like, I just don't engage at all. Like, I don't think, like, yeah, compare notes, say what you think right now, where you're at right now, or whatever. But like, I just don't have any interest in fighting with anybody about anything.
What is? Who wants to learn anything different? Who wants to learn anything? Let's just keep our beliefs set in stone. We'll become.
Is that what I said?
Pretty much, yeah.
Not really.
You might be the perfect person to ask about this, Riggs. When you say psyop, do you mean like literally a psyop, or is when people say that now, has it become just a broad term people use for something that isn't really that real? It isn't what people think it is. Like, debate isn't changing people's minds, but it's not actually like made by some overarching entity that pushes debate so that we can stagnate.
I just I think it's been weaponized. It's being used as kind of like a coliseum kind of thing. It's just for entertainment, because people generally don't change their mind. It's just more for jousting and fun.
So I have a question. What would be your method for trying to discover the truth? Geo is fond of saying, we're here trying to discover the truth of things. But if there's one thing that I think he's not doing, it's trying to discover the truth about anything. I mean, he wants to have conversations about it, but he's definitely, not out there.
Oh, definitely not. He wants to know everything is equal. The lizard people are real. Everything is real. Nothing's too crazy for you.
I mean, you might. Riggs might. I'm asking Riggs because he may have a different opinion on that than I do. But I mean, a lot of people
like defending his take, or
No, I'm not asking you to defend his take. I'm just. Do you see it as a group of truth seekers, or as people who've kind of given up on figuring out the truth?
It's like it seems like you're pigeonholing the answer. I think we're all open to truth. I think like what is true has become less obvious, and that's kind of like our position is we're aware that like the real truth about most scenarios has become less direct. So there's more of a casual or relaxed approach. Okay.
So do you believe that technology has advanced over the past 400 years? That the technological capacity we have now is vastly greater than it was 400 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know.
And Halsey's here, fresh from.
I am.
How was your Rosh Hashanah Shabbat 3-day weekend?
It was actually quite relaxing. I have to say. So it was lots of meals, lots of fun, lots of friends, lots of praying.
Yeah.
Felt very good. Now I'm back, and nothing is fucking new except for what I really thought was kind of boss.
What?
Trump went back to Butler, Pennsylvania, where he had like a huge. I heard the rally was fucking massive, but he got on stage and he just went. So as I was saying, that's what he said. Like before, like last time they tried to shoot me, but now I'm back. So as I was saying,
he's making the most of it. I'm sure his security was much better this time. And
I'm quite sure
they had that roof covered.
I just give him credit. The guy's got a sense of humor. If anything else, he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah, I mean, he came within inches of dying. Yeah. So, and that second shooter, like, there was like, now Trump wasn't there, but like the Secret Service engaged the shooter and he ran away, and they found him because they traced his license plate from his like getaway vehicle. So yeah, that's fucking, it's crazy. Of course, the FBI blocked Florida from doing their own investigation, and
I heard Florida told him to fucking pound sand. They didn't care.
Well,
okay, let me go get some gum.
I heard they acquiesced. And also,
really? Maybe
also
change.
the shooter, they're not even going to. They're waiting until after the election to charge him because of the nature of the charge. They're basically, it's fucked up. And, the thing is, I understand like, oh, we don't want to affect the election. It's like, but you're affecting the election. You're affecting the election by trying to not affect the election. Like, shit happens. Like the hurricanes taking out South Carolina affects the election. FEMA dragging their feet to getting people help. The rumor is it's because they're Trump voters. So, slow walk it, maybe see if a few of them die, don't restore their power. Maybe they won't be able to vote in a month. I don't know how true that is, but like, it's crazy how
horrible it is.
Well, what's crazy is the government's like, oh, FEMA's out of money. We need the American people to donate for FEMA. Like, fuck you. Like, you're giving illegal aliens thousands of dollars a month to pollute our
And you
cities.
know what? It's weird to hear me say it, but the amount of foreign aid that we give away, it's like, oh, guess what? Israel needs another 57 billion. Russia needs another this, or Ukraine needs another this. There's never a hesitation of where it comes at, regardless of how I feel about it.
But the difference is the Ukraine and Israeli foreign aid, that's usually appropriated by Congress like separately. That's why there'll be like a bill passed to give Israel another like $1 billion or something. So that's on Congress's hands. But the FEMA budget, they literally blew through. Like the FEMA budget's been blown through in order to facilitate all these illegal aliens to get settled into like white towns and get houses and everything like that. That's where all the money
Eat
went.
dogs and shit.
Yeah, so they could eat dogs and they could basically these companies can hire them for pennies on the dollar because they're all being subsidized by the federal government. And that's where all the money went. So it's like, the foreign aid is shit. But like, and I understand it's all one government, but the FEMA budget literally went to illegal aliens. And now that it's hurricane season, and you have these huge towns that it's wiped out, the people who are cut off and not getting help. FEMA's like, oh, we're out of money. Can you donate? Go fuck yourself. How about you cut off all the illegal aliens for the next indefinite period of forever? And you redirect all that money to actual Americans and do your fucking job. Or even better yet, dissolve FEMA entirely. Like, clearly, FEMA was a mistake. Basically, any large bureau, I understand the desire to basically go top down, like let the government handle it thing, but the government can't do anything. What it does it for way too much money. It's so bureaucratic. It's all bullshit. Just let the states and localities and local groups coordinate and organize their own shit. This happened, I think it was Calvin Coolidge. Like there was a big drought and some farms were failing and people wanted the federal government to step in and do something. And the federal government said, or I think it was cool, it said, there's nothing in the Constitution to justify the federal government stepping in to help these farmers. So we're not gonna do anything, but we want you as the American people to collect and organize and help your fellow man. And like the farmers got more help than the federal government was gonna provide anyway.
Right.
So but that was like 100 years ago. That was in the before time, in the long ago. And now everyone just expects the government, like basically we pay so much in taxes for all this fucking welfare that we expect the government to take care of shit because we're paying so much for it. And the thing, again, just to circle all back, FEMA spent its entire budget on illegal alien welfare. So now when a disaster hits, which is their fucking primary job, they don't have any money left. The answer is not to expand their budget. It's not to pass another law. This whole, and you see this. This happens all the time with these agencies. If like they did with NASA, like back when Obama was president, because we weren't going to space anymore. Like what should we do with NASA? Well, we can't shut it down because it's the federal government. We can never shrink government. So they just turned NASA into like a diversity churn thing, like started promoting diversity, which has nothing to do with its primary job. But since they weren't doing their primary job, fuck it. So they look at FEMA. Well, FEMA has its budget, and there's no natural disasters happening. Let's just spend the entire budget on illegal alien welfare. And that's what they did. And then disasters happen, and now FEMA has no money. And so the solution is not more money. The solution is get rid of all these agencies. Like the 10th Amendment is supposed to mean something. If you look at the actual the enumerated powers of the Constitution, the things the federal government is supposed to do basically fall into three categories: the military, the currency, and like trade. That's it. Military, currency,
and a post office.
Well, that's part of trade.
No, it's a specific amendment.
Yes, you're right. There's like 20 or so things in the Constitution. Most have to do with the military, trade, the post office, like basically 4 or 5 things. And the 10th Amendment says if it's not listed here, it's a state's issue. Like there's nothing in the Constitution about abortion, so it's a state's issue. If the states want to let women kill babies, and the reason why I'm so sick of these fucking ads, because it's an election year and everybody's fucking all these election year ads for abortion. But yeah, so they're like, oh my god, a woman whose life is being threatened, she can't get an abortion unless she's on death's door. And the reason why, by the way, let me explain why that is. If you basically the left uses the way they turned the asylum process into an open door to flood America with millions of illegal aliens in one presidential term, they use their like foot in the door to basically hold the door open for whatever the fuck they want. So if you say, okay, a woman can't get an abortion if her life is threatened or she's dying, or if she's suffering severe medical complications and her doctor approves it, blah blah blah. But here's what'll happen: every abortion pro-choice doctor will then be like, oh, you want to kill your baby, but it's illegal. Well, that makes you sad. Oh, looks like you have severe suicidal depression, so I prescribe you one abortion, and then poof, you basically have legal abortion. You can't make abortion illegal, but then have a caveat for if a doctor says that some form of vague harm, because then all these pro-abortion doctors will just give women prescriptions to get an abortion for. It'll be like emotional support animals. How you're not supposed to bring your pet into a business. People get
emotional support abortions.
Right.
That's really.
But that's what it'll be. But like so we had this concept of no pets allowed, but then people are like, oh, but I have a doctor's note. This is like bring my kitty into your business because it's an emotional support animal, and we just kind of tolerate that shit. So what you'll have emotional support abortions where women will get their doctor will give them the abortion for like the flimsiest of reasons because they just want an abortion. So it basically invalidates. It's like if you crack down on illegal aliens, but you let in all the asylum seekers, they'll just reclassify all the illegal aliens as asylum seekers, and you'll have the exact same problem. So if you want to solve the problem, you can't let them have that foot in the door. You have to get the foot out of the door, which means you have to basically say you have to be on death's door. Like, you have to be dying. Not like, oh, I'm depressed because I wanted an abortion. The government said no. Boo hoo. No, you actually have to have a medical condition that is threatening your life, and the only way to save your life is to have the abortion because otherwise you're both going to die anyway. And doctors like that's extreme. Like yes, it's extreme in like a cool 90s way. It's also very tubular and cowabunga.
Anyway. They tell you they just opened a coffee shop by my house. You're talking about bringing pets into businesses, and the coffee shop is filled with cats. Like the point being that you can order a coffee and like play with and pet cats the whole time you're in there. I'm allergic to cats, so I would never go in there. But I'm just saying, like, I was looking at this place. I was like, man, what a fucking dump. Like cats are like feral animals. Like yeah, I understand people have them as pets and shit, but
and cats are also like they don't like strangers and they don't like being pet. Like basically what you have is you have a woman who's like a crazy cat lady who's tried to turn her lifestyle into a business. And women do this shit all the time, where they want to open like a cake decorating business or some type of flower shop, you know, an art studio. They want to take like their little niche lifestyle hobby and turn it into a business because they're going to make $1 million. And the problem is, if you're a crazy cat lady, are you going to pay to go into town to drink coffee at the Crazy Cat Lady Cafe, or are you just going to stay home and drink your coffee at your house with your own gaggle of cats? And the answer is B. So who is this business for? Nobody who's out and about town, Jones for a cup of Joe, is going to go to the Crazy Cat Lady Cafe. So this business is going to. I remember there was these articles a few years ago about like a cuddle cafe where you could pay people to hold you and cuddle with you, and like and all those. It was. They wrote articles about it, and none of them went anywhere, and they were shuttered within a few months because I understand like this is something you enjoy. Like again, you have these people who are really stupid who don't understand how like business works, and they want to turn what they enjoy doing into a business. But you have to think: would you pay for this? Okay, I enjoy cuddling, right? I'm a cuddle slut, but would I go to some cafe where and these weren't like attractive people? Like they showed like the articles. These were like 4s and below. We're talking mid. We're not even talking mid. We're not talking girl next door as she cleans up. She could maybe be a 5 or a 6. We're talking 4 at best. If you get completely shit faced, you might confuse them for a 5. And they're like, "Oh, how much would you pay to cuddle with this 4?" Probably hasn't showered in a month and probably smells like cat piss. Let's be honest. Like this is like the Crazy Cat Lady Cafe sister trying to pay people because these people are just they don't know how to work. Oh, it's kind of a follow. I know, complete weird side tangent. This whole like rheumatoid arthritis thing. And again, I'm really hoping this is just a California thing and it's not true. But all these people, like they just get high. Basically, the cure for rheumatoid arthritis is to smoke marijuana and just collect disability.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently there's no actual cure. You get your marijuana card and you go on disability because you're basically disabled. Your body doesn't work and you smoke weed and collect welfare. And apparently that's the cure for rheumatoid arthritis. So it's like that's an awesome cure. That can't be true. I think it's just a California thing. I really hope when I actually see the rheumatologist, it's not some fucking hippie that I waited like a month and a half for an appointment with, and they're like, "Yeah, bro, here's your marijuana card, here's your welfare application. Just head on around the corner, fucking my dude will hook you up." It's like, what the fuck is this, a doctor's office or like the Cheech and Chong van?
You know what it is? It's a doctor's office in Clown World. That's what it is. It's like since we live in Clown World, we just have to expect these kind of things.
The thing is, it's like I had a nice little thing going. You know, like the world was going to shit, but I had a nice little kind of slice for myself. But now because it's fucking arthritis, now my body's falling apart, and now it's like the medical system. I'm just bleeding money, and I'm not getting anywhere. Oh, I did have a breakthrough. If this helps anyone, you're welcome. So I've learned that the Aleve liquid gels work so much better than the Aleve tablets that it's shocking.
Same thing with Advil, just so you know. I've never tried Tylenol, but Advil's the same way.
Yeah, so I've been taking the tablets, and I tried the liquid gels, and they work so much better. It's like you wouldn't believe they're the same medicine. Like the Aleve liquid gels just work shockingly better. So yeah, now I have all these Aleve tablets. I honestly don't know what to do with because I'm not gonna take them. Like they don't work. No, I have it.
This is what you do. Actually, I read in Time magazine. This is what you do with them. They actually had a thing. You soak them in this stuff called fentanyl, and then you go sell them in like Oakland or I don't know another like or maybe suburban towns or something like that. And then what you can do is make money.
So here's the problem. If I were going to become a drug dealer, I'd have to go into the city, and I don't want to go into the city. The city is where the bad things happen. If I go into the city, I'm going to see a black person. It's going to ruin my whole day. I'm going to be reminded that black people exist, and I don't want that. I want to live
Motor's Men's Operation Get Behind the Darkies right now.
I just want to live in a little world and pretend that black people don't exist for 5 minutes. Oh, hey, Shogun.
You want to live in a world where you're only occasionally interrupted by lawn mowing Mexicans.
Yeah, well, Mexicans, they're there, but like you don't hear about Mexicans, randomly stabbing people.
No,
it just doesn't happen. In fact, if you look at the Hispanic crime rate is higher than like the white crime rate. It's like twice as high. But like black crime is like 5 times as high. It's shockingly high. And what was it? There's some European country. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. I think it might have been Sweden or something like that. And all the immigrants they brought into Sweden, like all the black immigrants from Africa, they're only 0.8% of the population. So they're not like the meme that black people are like 13%, but they commit like 56% of the crime. In this European country, they're 0.8% of the population, and they're committing 50% of the crime. They're not even 1%. They're committing all the crime. Like these Scandinavian countries that were known for their low crime rate and being like these perfect societies where nothing happens and everybody keeps their doors unlocked. All that's over because they imported all these Africans, and now they're just committing all the crime. So it's like, well, I don't know how to solve this problem without offending you. So I guess enjoy the crime until
it's like enjoy FAFO season.
Yeah, well, it's like what's funny is these Europeans. I mean, for the longest time, I remember like in the 90s and early 2000s, Europeans would like turn their nose at Americans because of our gun crime. Like, oh, you Americans and your gun crime. Like we in Europe, we're so sophisticated. We got rid of our guns, and oh, you think the government become tyrannical? Oh, that's so quaint. Our government gives us free healthcare and free college. And now their government's like tyrannical and taking their freedom away and shutting down their farms and killing their cows. It's like.
Or even worse, they're coming to their house and they're like, "Listen, we need to speak to you. Oh, is this about the report I filed about the 5 migrants who raped my kid? No, this is about the rotten thing you said on Facebook."
Yeah, you were saying there were migrants who raped your kid. And you used you called them brownoids or something. You called them something offensive. So we're arresting you for hate crime, and we're also going to empty our prison of all the rapists and murderers so we can make room for all the people who shared memes. And I'm looking at the people. No, you know what? None of these. I haven't heard a European complain about American gun culture in years.
Yeah, right. In fact, if you talk to Europeans, they're just like, "Man, you guys are lucky. You never gave up your gun."
Oh, like boy, I feel stupid now. But that's the problem. It's like I remember years ago, before I think it might have been like 2018. I was saying that there's going to be a big war. And I should have had people tell me there'll never be another war again. War is a thing of the past. There'll never be war again. And not a major war. Like they were like, yeah, maybe something like Iraq, Afghanistan. But I mean, no, there will never be like a big war in Europe, and those will happen back in the day. But because it hasn't happened in their life. Like people are so solipsistic that unless they personally experience something, it will never happen. And I've talked to young guys in their 20s who their entire adult life, since turning like 18, when they became financially literate and started investing, they've never been in a recession, other than the 2020 COVID recession, which was where they shut down everything. But they flooded with so much stimmy checks that everything bounced back in like a couple months. As far as the markets were concerned, obviously a lot of businesses went under, but the stock market bounced back in like a couple months because of all the stimmy checks and 0% interest rate and all those shit. But so these people, they've never, like you tell them about the housing collapse in 2007, 2008. It's 2024, 2008. That was like that was almost 20 years ago. I mean, not quite, but like, so you have people who are in their 20s, and they basically, when they started paying attention to markets and investing when they were a teenager, all they've known are bull markets. All they've known are speculative manias and bubbles. They've never lived through a recession. They've never seen a market crash. We try to tell them like about the dot-com bubble, the housing bubble. They look at you like, oh, that'll never happen because
we're smart enough to get past.
Yeah, we learned our lesson. We fixed this. The system's been fixed now. It's different this time. So yeah, I don't know. And the worst part is like I warn people, hey, this is the bubble, but then the bubble doesn't pop and they keep making money. And people are like, yeah, but my friends make all this money and you're not. Like, all right, well, have fun. I'll be here when you're done. And it's always the young guys. The old guys, they get it. The old guys are like, oh yeah, I'm in cash right now, just like Warren Buffett. I'm fucking investing in this shit. But all the young guys are like, oh, Bitcoin to the moon, and they're like, okay, well, good luck, man. And the good news is when you're young and you lose all your money, you have enough time to make it back. Like what are you realistically losing? Like 5 years worth of earnings. Like what do you actually invest that you lost, and how quickly will you be able to make it back? Not long. When you're older and this is like your life savings, yeah, you're not gonna fucking go all in on Dogecoin with all the money you've ever earned in your entire life, fucking YOLOing on some like 0-day options. So
the funny thing about Dogecoin is that you knew that the bubble was going to burst when you had literal hordes, like on forums talking about to the moon, not even understanding what it even means. I mean, not understanding what Dogecoin really is internally, just some random hordes. Like nobody really understands it.
So
understand hordes like the epitome of stupid.
There's a saying on Wall Street that when the doorman starts giving you stock advice, it's time to sell. Because now I don't know if they even have doormen on Wall Street anymore. That's a relic of a bygone age. But the general gist of it is, you have these people who do investing professionally and they know the markets. But once you have like the bubble, once it gets to a certain extent, everybody's in on it. Like this happened with the dot-com bubble. Everybody started buying internet stock and then when the housing bubble was inflating, everybody was second mortgaging, getting a second house. Everybody was buying all this real estate because it was going up, it was exploding. Everybody was making money, and everybody all of a sudden they all fancied themselves a investment guru or a real estate expert because they were making all this money because there's this massive bubble. And so when people who obviously have no idea what the fuck they're talking about start putting themselves out as some type of investment guru or real estate guru or crypto guru, it's time to sell. Like you have reached the peak bubble. Like it's not like you basically the people who are all in, they're all in already. So it's time to fucking book your earnings, sell everything because it's only a matter of time. Once the average normie on the street is like talking about whatever the fuck they're talking about, it could be dot-com stock, it could be crypto, it could be real estate, whatever the fucking bubble is. Once the average retard is fancying himself some type of expert, that's when it's time to sell. That's like your flashing red light, get out now, sell now, it's gonna crash soon. Because the thing about bubbles is it's always true. Whether it's the dot-com bubble, the housing bubble, crypto, it doesn't generate money passively. Like generally you want an investment that produces cash flow, some kind of income through interest or dividends or something. But when it comes to speculations, they don't generate anything. They only go up if they go up. So the whole point of it is you buy at 100 and then it goes up to 1,000, you sell at 1,000 and you make your money. That's how you make money. If you hold it, if it stays at 10 indefinitely, your money's not doing anything. And you're not even keeping up with inflation because inflation is constantly eating away your money because that investment isn't generating any money. It's not doing anything for you. Like if you have stock at Walmart and it doesn't, the actual stock value doesn't change, but you're getting a dividend check, it's at least generating a dividend check. But if you have crypto or a profitless tech company or a real estate that it's not going anywhere and it's not generating any income, you're just losing money. So then what happens is all it takes for a bubble to pop is that it stops going up. All it has to do is if the volatility peters out and it's not going up anymore, people will hold it for a while, but then when it's apparent that it's already peaked, that's when it crashes because you have to sell it because it's not generating any money just sitting there. That's why I don't consider gold or silver like an actual investment because it doesn't generate any income. Which is why like I don't recommend investing in like any physical gold. Like you want to buy stock in a gold miner, that's fine because those generate profits. But holding the metal, that's not an investment, that's insurance. You want to have some metal just in case, but you don't want to make that an investment. That's really no different than investing in any other speculative asset. Tulips, baseball cards, precious moments figurines, #1 comic books, Beanie Babies, all that shit. And sometimes it works out. Like what's crazy is the things that become collectible are things that were never supposed to be collectible. Like vintage video games that are still in their original box from the 90s. Who would have imagined that would be worth something? Like, oh, I want to play the Super Nintendo game. It's going to be an investment in like 30 years. But the things that people collected in order to sell them as an investment, like commemorative plates, those aren't worth shit. Anybody remember commemorative plate from the 90s? They were selling that shit left and right. It was never worth a goddamn thing. And what's funny is people get in their head to collect things because it was worth something back in the day. Like I still have old people who collect fine china. And the thing about China is it's just porcelain. It's just that the West didn't know how to make the porcelain the way the Chinese did. The Chinese were like guarding their techniques of how to make the dishes out of porcelain so thin and so durable. So it was really valuable in like the 1800s. And so these old people are like, oh man, this China is so valuable. And like, yeah, it was valuable 100 years ago, but we cracked the fucking code on how to make porcelain dishes. It's right. They're not worth anything anymore. Unless they're worth something for their historical value. If you have like a really old set of China, especially if it's complete and unbroken, then it might be worth, it might be worth something for its historical value. But like China in and of itself isn't worth anything. It's just porcelain. It's made of literally the same shit your toilet is made out of. In fact, if you get dishes, they're probably made of porcelain, like just regular dishes at Walmart. But you still have old people like, oh, it's great grandma's China. Like you should have sold that shit like 100 years ago. It's not worth anything now. That's like imagine somebody like your Gen X uncle dies and he bequeaths you his Pog collection. Like, I've been collecting these Pogs from the 90s. I'm sure they're worth a lot of money. Here, this is your retirement. It's like these Pogs aren't worth shit. They're just cardboard circles.
Oh man, I miss Pogs.
But yeah, it just. But the thing is, these fads, they get the normies sucked into them, and then for some reason it just sticks. You get old people who still think China's worth something. I don't know if people actually think Pogs. You still people trying to sell Beanie Babies. People still hang on with Beanie Babies, thinking like they're worth something. They're not. They're not worth a thing. It's like if you have Beanie Babies, just give them to a child. You'll make a child stay. Here's a free toy.
I'll tell you, there's a fad right now. It's this cup.
The Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup shit. People didn't believe me.
Bro, I heard about this a couple years ago from my kids, and I thought, oh my god, that's so stupid. And I'll tell you this: my office was like giving them one. All of us one at the beginning of the summer. It like never leaves my side. I love this fucking thing.
Okay, yes, look,
but it's not an investment.
I have an insulated stainless steel cup. It's not a Stanley cup. I got it at Aldi for like $10. But yeah, stainless steel insulated cups are great. You know, the ice doesn't melt. It keeps your drinks cold. Great. It's not worth $60, and you don't need a fucking entire cabinet full of every color available on the website. You don't need to have the entire spring collection of Stanley cups. And people are like, oh yeah, it's gonna be worth. No, it isn't. It is not gonna be worth anything. No one's gonna want your collection of metal insulated cups. Like
that have been out for 20 years.
Yeah, that have been around forever, and like they're not hard to make. There's nothing special about a Stanley cup. If it was like a hockey trophy, that would be something. But it's not even the hockey trophy. It's just a fucking insulated cup from a company called Stanley. And it's these retards on TikTok who are like thinking this is like a thing. Like, oh, I gotta go out and get a Stanley cup. Like, I didn't even know you liked hockey. Like, no, not that. I gotta go get an insulated cup. Like, we already have one. Yeah, but they have the spring collection. They come in pink and teal and brown. Like, who gives a shit? It's a fucking cup. It's a fucking cup. Like, you don't change out your dishes every season. Like, oh, these are the spring collection. This is the summer collection. I gotta swap all my dishes out. Like, this is insane. And people are like, there's people on TikTok apparently who have like a cabinet just for their Stanley cups, and they have them on display like they're works of art. And it's the same shit I saw with the Beanie Babies. People showing off their Beanie Baby collection. Or I remember
they were always going on when I mean, I'm going to date myself really bad by saying this, but when I was a real young kid, it was garbage pail. People would freak the fuck out about these stickers that like had like names like snot
yeah.
or something.
It was supposed to be a rip on the Cabbage Patch Kids, but they did gross things.
But I'm saying people would like literally want to mortgage their homes to get like the super rare ones because in 20 years this is going to be worth $1 million.
Well, because it was in demand then. It was in demand at that moment. So people think, oh man, people are spending all this money to get these rare Garbage Pail Kids cards. Oh, I need to get one because it's going up now. Therefore, it will always go up forever. And if I hold it onto it for 20,
this is literally like an 80s version.
Like then they made NFT. So then they were like, wait a minute, that's taking up too much legal. These are tokens that do nothing. Go to like some people would make out.
You know who would be rich though? You know who would be fucking really rich? Anyone that right before the fucking reparations were paid invested in like Nike or like people
told you and everyone did common sense, but they had to do a study. So they gave people, they had a control group and they had a group where they gave. So the one group they gave like $50 a week, and the other group they gave like $1,000 a week. And the group they gave them more money to, they just work less and they spent more time hanging out and doing leisure stuff. They didn't pursue any kind of education. They didn't improve their life. They didn't make themselves more marketable. You showered them all this free money and they just work less. And they tried to spin it, they did it, but they couldn't spin it. Like you give people free money, they just sit around and do nothing until the free money runs out. Then they go out and work as much as they have to. But that's just human nature. Like you didn't have to spend all this money to do the study to prove it, but they did, and there you go. But yeah, COVID proved that. We did a nationwide UBI study. We gave people all this money, and what did they do? They lost it all speculating on the dumbest shit imaginable, and they sat home and watched Squid Game and Tiger King. Now, as much as like some people did shit, like Taylor Swift cut like several albums while she was locked in her house.
Yep.
But most people just sat around their ass, watched Tiger King and Squid Game, got fat, and lost all their money speculating on random bullshit that they didn't understand. And pretty much everybody who was poor before COVID is poor again. All that money that flowed to them is all gone. And the people who did make it, the people who made it big during COVID, who got really lucky and got in and got out at the perfect time, through sheer luck, like they weren't smart or anything, just kind of like happenstance, sold at the right time or bought at the right time. That's great. But that's no different than winning the lottery. Like I've met clients who, and what's really annoying about them is they act like they're better than you because they have more money than you, but they only have that money through sheer luck. Like I know a lot of older people, basically they were part of some software company because Silicon Valley's near. So a lot of people they made their fortune in Silicon Valley during the dot-com bubble. So the guy was like a junior employee at some small company that got bought out by a big company. He got a bunch of money, and then he just threw in something. It doubled, it tripled during some bubble. He sold at the right time through sheer luck, and he's set for life. None of that was like anything but luck. He just happened to be at the right place at the right time and serendipitously made the right decision. And he acts like he's like some kind of financial genius. He's like, oh wow, how did you pick the right lottery numbers? Teach me your ways. What? Like, tell me what the next. It's just luck. It's one thing to like actually.
It's a dance like the pigeon does, trying to make food come out of the machine.
Well, like it works. Like some people win the lottery. People win the lottery all the time. That doesn't mean playing the lottery is a good investment. You have a minuscule chance of winning the lottery, but somebody wins the lottery. So it's like you have people who win the lottery, like they think they're some kind of genius. Like, oh man, I'm so smart. I played the lottery and won. And it's like you're just lucky. You just happen to draw the right numbers on the right day. There's no skill involved. And like it just look, I don't know. What I'm saying is, if you are lucky, just acknowledge you're lucky and don't have a chip on your shoulder. Don't act like you're smarter than someone because you were lucky. I get that shit all the time.
And also, speaking of investments and whatnot, I remember hearing this in high school. Now, I want to know if you've heard of this and like what your thoughts on it. Right. They say that the best time to invest in something, and going by the actual definition of investment, which you pretty much already explained earlier, is that the best time to get in is before market penetration rate reaches 2%. Have you heard that theory before?
Look, the problem is most people only invest in publicly traded companies. If you want to make all the money, you want to get in on a initial public offering, an IPO. And the problem is, if an IPO is being offered to you as some dipshit on the street, it's dog shit. All the good IPOs are all basically super private, and you have to know somebody to even get in on it. Like if there's a business that's probably going to do numbers, all the IPO will already be spoken for, and you'll have people like you have to be connected to get in on that. If they're offering like IPOs to just random people, like hey, you want to get own a piece of this company, it's an IPO, and they're just offering it to you, it's because this company is going to crash. The problem is like it's like we were talking about the carry trade with the Japanese yen, how the Japanese are offering basically free money. You and I can't access that free money. The institutions can, the big banks can. They get basically free money from Japan to speculate on whatever at 0% interest. But you have to be at a certain tier to qualify for that. And so it's like once you get into that upper tier, it's basically almost impossible to go broke. Even if you really fuck up, there's things you can do to protect yourself, and you'll basically never have to worry about money again. There's a saying that the first $1 million is the hardest to make, because if you don't have $1 million, you're not what's called a qualified investor. So there are things that you can't invest in unless you're a millionaire. Like the government won't let you. It's not that the government's trying to keep you poor. It's that normies are fucking stupid. And when they lose money, they cry to the government and cry about being a victim. They always do. They always cry about, oh, this person lied to me because they lost money. It's the normal way. So what the government does is they make it illegal for anybody who isn't a millionaire already to buy certain investment vehicles to protect them from getting ripped off. But really, or like it's too sophisticated for them. Like mostly it was like hedge funds and stuff like that. And the thing is, something wrong with hedge funds. It's that normies are fucking stupid, and when they lose money, they cry to the government. So it's basically the government. You have to have a lot of consumer protections when it comes to selling to the public to normies, because they will cry to the government and scream fraud for any time their number go down, because they don't understand anything and they're super greedy. Like people talk about the animal spirits, the fear and the greed. Normies they only have two modes. If the bull market, they want to be in the riskiest, most volatile thing possible because they want to make the most money. And then when it crashes, you lied to them and you stole their money and they're crying to the government. They want you thrown in jail, or they want to sue you to get their money back. They have no concept of risk management. They have no concept of risk mitigation. They just want to make all the money and then play the victim when they lose their money. But then if you put them in the conservative, you don't want them to lose their money. Then they get mad because this guy over here is taking crazy bets and investing in speculative bullshit. He's making more money than them. So it's just you're gonna get shit on.
What do you mean you're only making me 7%? My neighbor next door made 180% in the last month.
That's exactly it. Like, okay, so I'm in cash right now because I know this market is being propped up by bullshit. So I'm just making a nice 5.25. It's not bad. 5.25. It's not like keeping up with inflation, but it's going up. They're like, oh, but this person, he's investing in like options that expire tomorrow, and he's been making a lot of money. And here's the thing about day trading. I just want you to understand this. 90-something%. Like, I don't know what it was conducted like years ago, around the time of the dot-com bubble and the housing bubble, which is going to skew it a bit. But pretty much day traders don't make money. They just don't.
I think the statistic is something like 99% of them don't make more than like 40 grand a year.
Well, it's because, especially if you have a full cycle, like if you've only been investing since the end of the housing bubble, like if you were too young to invest before the housing bubble, and you've only invested from 2009 onward, and you've never known a recession other than 2020, that's the only recession you've ever experienced, which only lasted a month. All you had to do is just not sell, you made all your money back within a month. You look like a genius because your money just keeps going up, and so you have no concept of how to do anything. You're just like chasing, and it's the same story every time. It's always a young guy he invested in something stupid and made him money, so he's a genius, and he's following the charts, he's looking at the indicators, he fancies himself some big guru, and we just need a recession. And it's coming. Oh boy, it's coming. Probably after the election for obvious reasons, but when it comes, it's going to take everything out. And you've been warned several times. But in the meantime, everybody's making money. And if you read like Warren Buffett or these other like old school investors who lived through several market cycles, they'll tell you exactly what's happening and where they are. And what's really funny about Warren Buffett is people were shitting on him because he missed out on crypto. The Bitcoin mania went up to 60,000. Like, oh, Warren Buffett didn't buy crypto. He said it was a scam, and he missed out on all that, and then it crashed, and everybody shut the fuck up. And then he's like, oh, Warren Buffett's doing this and that, and now like he basically sold a lot of shit. And he's in cash right now, and everyone's like, huh, maybe there's something to this. Like, yeah, like maybe the people who've been around through a few cycles who aren't chasing every little bubble, maybe they know what they're doing. Maybe that's why like Warren Buffett's like 90 something and he's still going strong. You don't see a lot of these young go-getter out, omega male grinders, whatever shit they call themselves. You don't see any old ones like that. You don't see like some 80-year-old like, hey, so I'm gonna make $1 billion a day trading 0-day expiry options and crypto scams, and I'm gonna teach you the ways. I've been doing this for 80 years. Those don't exist. And you have to ask yourself why are all the people who know everything about whatever bullshit bubble is going on, why are they all in their early 20s? Why do you never have like, I understand it's tech, okay, but like there are software engineers who are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s who probably know a lot more about software engineering than these guys fresh out of college. So where are they? Why aren't they on talking about how to make their money? Why is there always people who don't know jack shit in their late teens, early 20s talking about all the gains they're making, and then you never hear from them again? As soon as the market tanks, you'll never hear from them again. Just poof, like it never even happened. But the fucked up thing is, you just give it a couple more years, and then there'll be another fad, and then they'll be back. And this happened in 2017 when Bitcoin crashed. There were people in my server trying to sell people Bitcoin, and I finally tell them, get the fuck out of that shit. And they're like, oh, you're missing out, and then it crashed, and they all disappeared. And that was 2017. But then of course, COVID happened. Everybody got money shot upon them, so that bubble got reinflated. And everyone's like, oh, TFM, I know you were right about 2017, but you're wrong this time. And and it hasn't crashed yet because the Fed keeps propping up the market. So, but it's okay. I'm sure this time it's different. It hasn't crashed yet, therefore it'll never crash. All the other bullshit, it's whatever. It's just, what's frustrating is I genuinely want to help people, and this will happen again. So once Bitcoin crashes and once the crypto and the AI bullshit is finally done, all these people disappear. They'll never admit I was right. They'll never say they were sorry. They'll just disappear. And then give it like 3, 4, maybe 5 years. There'll be a new get-rich-quick scheme, a new speculative mania, and a whole new crop of dipshits will show up, talking about this in the future, to the moon. They might not say to the moon. That might go away. But they'll have some saying, they'll say, some slogan. And if you poo-poo it and tell them that it's speculative mania, it's not generating profit, it's not a use case, just fucking chapter and verse like every other bubble in the history of ever. They'll tell you how you're just a boomer, you don't understand, it's the future, this time is different, and number go up. And as long as number go up, they'll keep, thumbing their nose at you, talking about all the money they're making, and then it'll crash and disappear. Lather, repeat for your entire life. It will never stop. Every time this happens, there'll be another get-rich-quick scheme, another crop of retard telling you you're wrong and this time's different. And the only time they'll be vindicated is when the crash happens and they'll all disappear, only replaced by another crop of dipshits a couple years later, forever and ever. And at the end of the day, all you have is a complete cycle of poor people staying poor because they keep chasing these speculative bullshit bubbles, losing all their money, and then crying about how the system's rigged. It's like the system isn't rigged. You're stupid. That's the problem. The problem is you're fucking stupid, and that's why you're always going to be poor unless you're really lucky. Because some people win the lottery, and some people don't lose all their money immediately. Like they win the lottery and they actually hang on to it. It's rare, but it happens. I think it happens like 25% of the time. Like 75% of the time, they're broke within a year. 25% of the time, they actually it gives them the kick in the ass they need to turn their life around. So maybe you're in the 25%. I don't know. I wish you luck. Good luck. I hope your shit comes in. And I hope that you aren't retarded once that shit comes in and you invest your money wisely and don't lose it. But the odds are against you. But whatever. Anyway, I don't even know how we got on that subject. Let's go to the sponsors. I do have some updates. Our sponsor, really? Yes, our sponsor the Dollhouse, verifying waifu accessories. Check out the new dolls from Gamer Lady, which has Lara Croft and has Tifa from Final Fantasy VII remake. It's real. It's really good. I'm doing the show from a hotel, so we're just gonna take the week off since I'm not gonna be in town from Tuesday to Friday. So you guys get a week off from the. Something's probably gonna happen next week, by the way. Steve on a trip. probably than you. One hand washes the other. And then we have Shadowrun Comics, makers of Hardly Heroes, Victor, Mercenary Guild, and the physical copy of Lucas and Lucas Life, which is my latest book, which I couldn't publish through Amazon, so Shadowrun Comics allowed me to publish the physical copy through them. So you can pick up a copy from Shadowrun Comics. All right, couple updates. Number one, the Wednesday show this week is most likely going to be canceled because I have to leave on a trip. Probably Tuesday. I have to basically get ready. I have to leave in the morning and fly out. Laptop with me. I'm going to be gone until Thursday or Friday, so I'll be back for the Saturday show, but I'm not going to be able to make the Wednesday show at all. I'll have my laptop with me, so I'll be able to do the newsletter, but I don't want to run the show from a hotel room. Just on the off chance that like something, I don't know, whatever. I just don't feel comfortable doing the show from a hotel. So we're just gonna take a week off since I'm not gonna be in town from Tuesday to Friday. So you guys get a week off from the. And something probably gonna happen next week, by the way. But that's the first update. Update number two. So now he was a sponsor last week, but he paid for a couple shows. Those shows ran their course. I do want to give an update on Contemplation, which is the book that I've read. So I made it about a third through the book, and I was singing his praises because the guy whose name is Enga, I think his first name is Enga. His last name is kind of unpronounceable, but he's kind of like Plato to my Socrates because he basically wrote down my philosophy in a very coherent, professional way that I probably would if I was given enough time, but that's not really my style. So I was really impressed with the book that he took my philosophy, distilled it, made it. You could tell that he wasn't just regurgitating my philosophy; he internalized it and incorporated into his own philosophy, and then was putting his philosophy down to paper that was also included my philosophy, which is great. I love that. I love when people internalize my philosophy rather than just repeat it. Here's the thing, though. That book is like a 17-hour audiobook. It's like 800 pages. And once you get past about the first third, it turns into a completely different book. Not in a bad way, but not in a universally applicable way. So I actually talked to the author, and he's probably going to break it up into 2 books. So the first third of the book is like the philosophy, and it's very heavily influenced by me, which is great. I'm very impressed. But then the middle part of the book is he is talking about like how to create a religion, culture, philosophy. He kind of uses that term like philosophy, religion, culture kind of as one word, like a hyphenated word like doghouse. But he's basing it very explicitly on a Northern European kind of pseudo-Christian pagan culture, like with like seasonal festivals and dances and stuff. Like he's clearly not making this up because he has like he's clearly. And I couldn't find the actual source, but he uses like it might be Nordic or German. I'm not sure. I don't speak either language, but he has like the festivals have names, and he goes into meticulous detail about how to perform these festivals. Like you have like the Lord of the Harvest and the children all dance, and they sow the seeds on the first day of spring and all that stuff. And that's great. That's great if you come from that cultural background and you want to create, relive, or insert this sort of culture into your life because that sort of culture and heritage speaks to you. That's wonderful, but that's obviously not universally applicable. Like if you're not from a Northern European background and you don't want to have like a Druidic pagan ritual calendar, maybe you're more of a Taoist. Like I consider myself more of a Taoist, so I'm not interested in any kind of harvest dance. I'm more of a quietly kind of contemplate rather than dance around in a circle, sowing the seeds, doing some kind of weird ritual. Look, I'll say this: people need their weird rituals. There's a really good video on YouTube of Baruch Spinoza, who was a very great philosopher. He doesn't get enough credit. He's actually kind of one who led me to Taoism. Is he tried to bridge this gap between science and religion, and he got excommunicated from Judaism for it. So you got to respect the guy who actually was willing to be ostracized from his community for his philosophy. But anyway, so he wrote this book called the Ethics, where he tried to make philosophical arguments for like a kind of a what's the word? They use a certain word. But basically, it's like Taoism from a Western perspective. Think of like Western philosophy. Imagine if you were like trying to conceptualize a Taoist philosophy from a Western perspective. And that's what Spinoza did. Now, the thing is in the video, he points out that his philosophy never caught on because people need their silly rituals. People like to gather together and sing hymns and light candles and dance, and they love that shit. Like, and we were saying the other day, when we thought Halsey was going to make the Wednesday show, that he was doing his little Jewish holidays. That's how you build community. That's how you make friends. You have to do stuff with people. If you're not doing stuff with people, you're not going to feel like a community. So you need that. And the problem is, if you have a very naturalistic philosophy, you might be completely true. Like this philosophy, this outlook is 100% accurate to reality. It's true. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's never going to catch on. And the thing about like Taoism is another example. So you have the original Taoist philosophers. Now we don't know if Lao Tzu even existed. Lao Tzu might be a pseudonym for various authors. It's happened in Buddhism too. A lot of writers wrote books and attributed it to the Buddha when it wasn't written by the Buddha, it was written by them. But they just attributed it to like one person. So it's kind of murky whether which ones were from the Buddha, which ones weren't, and who wrote this. Lao Tzu might be in the same boat. He might be like just the old. It's like people say a wise man once said. People say, oh yeah, the old master once said, and the old master is Lao Tzu. So we don't know if Lao Tzu existed. But we do know that Chuang Tzu existed. He was a real guy. And there are a lot of the early Taoist philosophers that existed. They didn't practice any weird rituals. They didn't go around wearing yellow robes with yin yang symbols, casting magic spells with little swords, putting talismans on shit. None of that existed. But you had Taoism got merged with kind of Chinese folk religion, and now Taoism is like largely practiced. Here's the thing: if Taoism didn't incorporate Chinese folk religion, if it didn't have all the rituals and the talismans and the yellow robes and the yin yang swords and all that stuff, no one would do it. No one would practice it. It would be like transcendentalism. If you remember in English class, I don't know if they even teach this anymore, but there are a lot of American writers in like the 1800s who tried to create their own naturalistic American philosophy called transcendentalism, which is all about reverence for nature. If you've ever read Walden from Ralph Emerson, that's transcendentalism, and it didn't catch on because people need rituals, people need holidays, people need festivals, people need all that shit. That's the only way to build a community. Without community is like 9/10 of the reason to be in a religion. Without community, what do you have? You have maybe a book that you may or may not read and may or may not be true. Like that's all you have. The other 9/10 of the religion is the community. And the only way to build community is with goofy festivals, practices, and rituals. So anyway, my point is in the book. I'm not against the idea of having all these rituals and stuff there. It's just this is very specific to people from a certain cultural background. So if you're of a Northern European descent and you want to have like some Druidic rituals in your community, this could be a good resource for you to learn some of these rituals and some of these festivals. And Sodom and Gomorrah, and so they're not even sponsoring. They were sponsoring last week. Everything crashed then, just to kind of stick it to Trump. The markets, which let's be honest here, the market
unsponsor show.
that that tickles your pickle for a nickel, then go ahead and get the second book, which will detail how to do these different rituals and whatnot. Which is still a good resource if you're interested in that sort of thing. But if you're not, you're not. You know. So I just want to get that disclaimer because I literally did not reach that point in the book last week when I talked about it. All right. The only other thing to talk about is what's going on in the world.
That was a long sponsorship.
They're not even sponsoring. They were sponsoring last week, but I just wanted to give an update since I don't want to mislead people. Since I admitted I didn't read the whole book when I was talking about it last week. I only read the first third. Anyway.
Well, it just means you're genuine to review, which is good.
Yeah,
How's everybody doing?
Oh, yeah, remember, better than we deserve, I'm sure.
Yeah, been a while, Halsey. How have you been?
Thank God. Thank God. Doing well.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, so basically the two things going on that I'm paying attention to are the markets, which, let's be honest here, the markets aren't going to crash before the election. If they look like they might crash, the government's going to just bail out whoever needs to bail out immediately. Like there was when the banks were failing last year, Credit Suisse was having an issue, and they was already getting bailed out by the government in any kind of a crash situation, at least until the election. Shit. You know, like the Apple iPhone 16 isn't selling, these companies are going bankrupt. Anything. The government produces nothing, and the parasites getting all the welfare, they don't produce anything. And that's where your economy is your production. It's not how much welfare you're getting shoved down your throat, it's how much you're producing. So, but anyway, on paper, everything was great. Plenty of illegal alien and welfare, plenty of government jobs being created. It looked great. The actual boots on the on the ground. Oh no, it's stagflation. But you know, you're not going to get an official confirmation of stagflation until next year at the earliest. So the markets are going to be manipulated to shit until after the election. And after the election, I don't know if things will immediately go to shit or if they're going to try to keep. The thing is because of the wars, if the American economy goes to shit now, that could compromise America's ability to fight all these wars they've gotten themselves into. So even if Trump is president, they may try to keep things going because if the economy goes. That's probably it. That's, you know, and there's too much on the line to let the economy collapse and let our empire collapse with it. So they may try to keep it going, which is just it's just going to make the collapse that much better. But we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen with the market. I do know they're probably not going to let the market crash before the election, so I'm not worried about that. As far as the geopolitical situation, you know, Israel says they're going to hit Iran. There's talk about what they're going to hit. There's some talk of they're not going to hit the oil fields. So they're originally going to hit all the oil fields, the nuclear plant, basically go just bomb them to shit, take everything out, just fucking just end like basically be the shortest war ever. You go in there, bomb everything to hell. Whole country's a mess. All their infrastructure destroyed. All their military base destroyed. Everything's destroyed. War over. You know, home in time for cornflakes type of thing. But then Iran's like, if you attack our oil fields, we're gonna take out all the oil in the entire region and cause an energy crisis in the West. So they're like, oh, okay, maybe we won't hit your oil field, but we'll hit your nuclear plant. So they're talking them going after nuclear plants. So okay, they're going to go after nuclear plant apparently. So I don't know, but they're supposedly going to hit soon, like in the next few days. And unlike Iran, but they're we're totally going to do it, and then like a few weeks later, nothing happens. Israel, when they say they're going to hit you, they're going to hit you. Like they're just like, they've had a couple holidays the last few days, but they're probably going to hit Iran probably during the weekend. They may wait until next week. I don't know. But
I mean, did another Hezbollah leader get killed yesterday?
They're going to. Well, here's the thing. Israel is obsessed with this idea of decapitation strikes. This goes back to this like killing baby Hitler thing. Like if you just kill baby Hitler, the Holocaust would have never happened. And it's like, but
that's not how history.
That's not how anything works. Like Hitler was not some uniquely silver-tongued devil. That if he just wasn't there, the Nazis would have never happened. If he didn't exist, there would have been another Nazi leader who would have stepped up and done all the same things Hitler did. And that should
the Weimar Republic led to it.
Yeah, the Weimar Republic created you have action and reaction, cause and effect. One man, like you might have somebody who's like a very gifted orator who might be very convincing, but it would have happened anyway. Like these sorts of cause and effect relationships happen. It's not due to one person. There's like this weird obsession that it was all Hitler specifically and personally. So if we just take out these leaders, it'll all just fall apart and whatever. But Hezbollah and the IRGC and all these groups, their leaders get killed all the time, and they're still around. And some people get feel promoted. Nothing matters. These decapitation strikes. They're used to having their leaders killed, so they structure their organization in such a way that when their leaders are killed, they can easily fill in the gaps. So what I don't know. Maybe I don't know why there's this weird obsession when we just kill the leaders. I think it's like projection because our leaders are so uniquely compromised that if they were killed, you might actually see change in Washington. So maybe they're projecting that onto these other groups. Like, oh, if we just take out their leaders, everyone else will just kind of wander off and disappear.
No, it's because the reason they do it, and I don't know if I agree with it or not, I think it's awesome, but the reason they do it is because these leaders wind up hoarding billions of dollars in aid money they get from Europe and other Arab countries and Iran, and no one else knows how to access it. So if you decapitate these people, a lot of the funding that has been going to them over the years just disappears.
Oh, well, okay, that's true. But I don't know how true that is because that would because again, these guys get killed all the time.
So, no, they really don't. The leader of Hezbollah has been the leader of Hezbollah since I think '92.
Okay, well, I'm sure the guy before him got killed, and that's how he became the leader of Hezbollah, right?
Maybe, but '92 till now, he's been there for 30 fucking years.
Well, okay, like maybe Hezbollah is a unique exception, but all these other groups, their leaders get killed all the time.
Not really.
Not really. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Then sure, they just they hoard all their money, and you kill their leaders, and no one knows how to access their money, and the organization.
Well, they say that's why Trump killed Soleimani because he had like unique access to like all this money that was going to all the terror groups around the world, and by killing him, like you kind of.
What I heard.
Wait a minute, they couldn't figure out other ways to just move the money around.
Yeah,
sometimes yes, sometimes no. I don't mean that they're moving money around. I mean they're moving it into their own bank account.
What I heard about Soleimani wasn't about money. It was Soleimani was very respected and trusted by different groups. So he was the glue holding a lot of these groups together. He was like the guy who.
And now he's just glue.
Right, but my point is that's why they killed him. It wasn't because he was hoarding money or some kind of money access point. It was because these other groups who normally wouldn't work together were working together because of him. He was the one bringing these different groups together. So they took him out in order to keep these groups from working together because that made them a bigger threat. So that's the thing.
I mean, if it's just about money, it doesn't take much to just work with new middlemen or group for as long as there's enough mutual benefits.
Unless they're laundering the money or putting it in their own account, and they don't trust anyone, and they have all the passcodes. Then sure, if they can't access the money because the only guy with the password is dead. That's an organizational fail. And at this point, I don't think that shouldn't be an issue. That's still an issue if their leaders still hoarding all the money with a password that only they know when they know that like Israel can kill them at any time, and that would fuck their entire organization up. And the organization does nothing to stop that. Then they're fucking retarded.
And that's just absolute failure on their part to learn.
Yeah, and I've literally never heard that theory. Okay, that's why. I just think it's like there's this belief that you just kill the leaders. It's like you ever see The Fifth Element, that Bruce Willis movie, which is like a kind of weird French knockoff of Star Wars.
That was actually a really good movie.
It was a good movie. Chris Tucker was like a weird tranny pop star who was like a sex.
He was hilarious though. He was really funny.
I love that movie. But you know how like the weird space orcs from that movie?
Real hot too.
Yeah. Well, it was back before DEI. But the space orcs in that movie, like I think they're called the Mangalores, they wouldn't fight without the leader. So there's that scene where Bruce Willis comes in to negotiate, shoots the leader in the head, and all the other space orcs just freeze, and then the battle's over. Like their leader's dead, so they fight without the leader. And it's like, yeah, if we were fighting the Mangalores, then I totally understand killing the leader. You kill the leader, all the Mangalores stop fighting, you win.
Or in a lot of cartoons about superheroes, you kill the supervillains, the head demon lord, and then the entire world magically transformed back to pristine condition before they did anything to it.
Right. I also think I think with Lebanon it was more they were showing like not only can they blow off the eyes and balls of all the regular everyday Hezbollah people, but they can hit the leaders too. I think it was more like you're not safe whether you're a fucking a grunt or the leader of the fucking organization. Right. Like I think they've obviously made a decision that Hezbollah is going to be done.
Yeah, well, they fuck them really. Like anyway, my point is the organization's still around. It's going to be around. Like you're not going to win the war by if Russia just hypothetically killed bombed DC, took out the White House, took out Congress, took out the FBI headquarters, all that shit. Nothing would really change. Not really.
Well, no, it would be a bigger war at that point.
Well, but yeah, sure. I'm talking like the government wouldn't go away, and in fact, the people who elected all these politicians, the parties would get together and appoint politicians who were just as bad and corrupt as the ones that were killed, and we would vote for them because they promised us free stuff, and they get sent to either a new capital or a rebuilt DC or who knows, and they would restaff all the agencies with the deep state leftists. The reason why the deep state is leftist is really easy. People on the right don't want to work for the government. Working for the government is like soul crushingly horrible to someone who actually values their freedom. So the only people who want to work for the government are the left. So if you
it's also awful. Like the majority of the jobs for the government are literally just pressing buttons all day. You're like Homer Simpson.
No, I worked as a contractor for the government right after I got out of the military, and yeah, people who work in the government, they hate their job. They just count down the days to retirement. They're just there for the money. They don't give a shit, and you don't get rewarded for doing good work. You just get punished with more work. But you don't get promoted. You don't get raised. Your promotions and pay are all set in stone, and you get promoted and paid more based on a fixed cycle that has nothing to do with your performance.
On seniority usually.
Yeah, it's so bad, and so the only people who want to work there are basically complete retards who want the job security. and that's the left. So of course the deep state are a bunch of leftists. Like the system, no one wants to work for the government outside of the military. The military is the one place where people on the right do want to work. But then what Obama did is he purged all the war generals and filled the officers with women and gays and turned it into like anti-white bullshit to try to get rid of all the people who basically make the military intolerable to the right, so they would control the whole government.
And that's why enthusiasm is dropping fast.
Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, so what I've heard, this is a rumor. Now Israel said they're going to hit Iran hard. They're going to go. So any talk of like de-escalation, no, there's not going to be de-escalation. Israel's going to fuck Iran up, and either Iran is going to do something or they're going to die. Which I don't care either way. I don't think Iran, the country, is going to disappear. I think they're like kill every man, woman, and child. If the government of Iran are a bunch of fucking pussies who do nothing, then they deserve to die. So I'm done with this fucking will they or won't they, nothing ever happens bullshit. So fucking, if you won't do it, like Israel's going to make you do it. They're going to make you get off. You're either going to shit or get off the pot. No more of this, like, will they or won't they? Oh, you never know. It could happen any day. No, it's going to happen now. Like, you're going to do something, or your country is going to get blown to fucking hell in a couple days, probably sooner rather than later. Now, the rumor is because it's October 5th. October 7th, which is the 1 year anniversary of the attack that Hamas did against Israel, is in 2 days. And Israel said they're going to hit Iran hard in a couple of days. And people are speculating that, well, maybe they'll do it on October 7th. So it'll be like on the 1 year anniversary when Hamas attacked Israel, Israel was going to attack Iran. Kind of like as a poetic retaliation. I don't know.
Well, if you really want to be clever, you pretend it's going to be that day, but then you actually do it on different days to catch it.
But you don't need to. Because what the fuck? You don't need to worry about catching them off guard because they're not going to do anything. So you can go and say, hey, Iran, we're going to bomb you now. Wee! And then you bomb, and then what are they going to do? They're gonna do shit. They're just sit there and just get fucking bombed. And then they're gonna shake their fist in the clouds and be like, oh, it's a war crime, atrocity, genocide. And like, no one cares if you drop more bombs on them. Do something, pussy. As you just kill all their women. What are they gonna do? Nothing. They're gonna cry to the UN, and if America's gonna veto it, and all the usual suspects are gonna vote yay or nay. Nothing's gonna fucking happen. And that'll be that. Like, it'll just be a Wikipedia entry about here lies Iran. They didn't do anything, and now they're dead. And then whoever takes over the landmass of Iran next, hopefully, has a penis. Hopefully, they aren't born with a fucking mangina. And when they say they're gonna do something, they fucking do it. I'm really tired of these people. Like, because the problem is we saw this in 2020. Trump talked all this game, people believed him, and they marched out to the Capitol to support what they thought was going to be this plan, and it was fucking nothing. Trump walked into the Rubicon, fucking dipped his fishing pole in, and then decided to leave, and then let his supporters get rounded up and thrown in jail. The same thing happened with Bolsonaro. People came out to support Bolsonaro. He fucking fled to Florida, let his supporters get arrested. So people were like, hey, Iran's going to do something, yay, and then Iran doesn't fucking do anything. And unfortunately, like, they could talk all this shit, like, oh, we're totally going to do something, you guys. No, fucking just bomb them. Take out their oil fields, take out their nuclear facilities, take out every government building, every military base, kill them, their families, their dogs, their kids, their teachers, kill everyone. And then fucking look like, oh, I guess they weren't going to do anything. Anybody else going to do anything? Are you going to do anything? That's what I thought. You're not going to do shit. Now fucking the game is over. Your fucking hands are up. We see you're not going to do shit. So everybody can go fuck themselves. All this fucking bullshit. All your fucking like LARPing, coping bullshit. You're not going to do anything, so shut the fuck up. Yeah, fucking genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes. No one gives a shit. All that we made all that up. That's not real. It only applies to the losers. So okay, so you lost. So we're gonna take this and this. It belongs to us. And we're gonna put you on planes. We're gonna ship you to Europe, ship you to America. You go live in some white town. Do whatever the fuck you want. Probably get thousands of dollars in welfare from FEMA. And I don't know, whatever. You're gonna be their problem now. And then you're gonna take your land, take your shit. I mean, there you go. And that's it. That's how that story ends. Isn't that fun? And then you'll only be remembered as the fucking country that didn't do shit. So like, fuck you. So there you go. That's what's gonna happen. Probably in the next couple days. Maybe even before Monday. Who knows? At least I'll be shocked if next week went by and nothing happened. Because if we're waiting on Iran to do something, no, that's nothing gonna fucking happen. But Israel, yeah, we're gonna fuck them up. Like, oh shit, Israel's gonna do it. They don't fuck around. When they say they're gonna do something, they're not like, oh, strategic ambiguity. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it next week. No, they don't give a shit. They'll drop leaflets. We're gonna fucking kill you tomorrow. Get your prayers in now. You're gonna meet Allah real soon. And they're like, oh, you're gonna do something right around. Like, oh, I sure am. I'm like, ooh. Okay, well, what are you waiting for? Nothing. So fuck you. There, blow them up, kill them. All right, there you go. Any questions? You thought they said they're gonna do something? They didn't do anything. And now they're dead. What were they waiting for? You tell me. But like, just here's the thing. It's like, I don't know why. I have just something about people who sell false hope really pisses me off. Just spewing bullshit in people's ears, giving them false hope. It just pisses me. It's like the worst thing. It's like if you have like a terminal disease and you've accepted death and you're like, oh, you're trying to make the most of the time you have, and then some guy's like, oh, there's actually a cure. You just have to like do all this, just making shit up, and so you believe them, and you're like taking all these weird concoctions, and it's basically ruining this time you have. And of course, it's not curing your cancer. You're still dying, but now you're like miserable because you're trying to cure it with bullshit. It's not gonna work. It's worse than
false hope is a very effective way to scam money.
Well, yeah, that's why like they deserve to die. If they're like these false hope merchants, just fucking kill them. Just prove their bullshit in real time. And then fucking they're dead, and now whatever. This is the thing. If you knew, let's do a little role play. If you were Lebanese, Iranian, you're an Arab or a Persian living in the region, and you know your government's not going to do shit. You know that you can't do anything to help the people in Palestine or Gaza or the West Bank. You can't help these people. No one's going to help these people. And if your government's not going to do shit, what do? And we're assuming everybody's being honest. They're not like fucking waving their fist in the clouds. They're honestly like you honestly internalize that. Okay, there's nothing anybody's going to do that's going to save these people. What would you implore your government to do if you had any humanity? You tell the government, hey, why don't we let these people live here? Yeah, Israel's going to take their land. They're going to take their land anyway. At least they're not dead. But everyone's like, oh no, we don't need to do that. We don't need to like save them. We're gonna fight. All these countries have all these weapons. We're gonna do something. Just you wait. And okay, well, great. Fuck them up. Let's see it. Oh well, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for the perfect time. Hey, they're bombing you and killing your leaders. Are you gonna do something? Maybe. We gotta wait. It's not the perfect time. The time is not right. Well, when is the time gonna be right? It looks like they're fucking you up. Are they gonna like destroy your oil fields and your nuclear facilities next? Like, maybe. But we're gonna wait for the perfect time. And you see what's happening? Instead of doing like when you put the bullshit aside, you actually take an honest appraisal of your options. Sometimes you have to make a bad choice because it's the only choice you have, or it's the only the least shitty choice. You have to have an honest appraisal of your options. When someone gives you false hope and you think you have more options than you really do, it's all based on bullshit. You're actively harming yourself. you're putting your time and effort and energy into an option that will never work because you're being fed bad information. And these people are, if Iran, I'll say this, if Iran gets bombed to hell and nothing fucking happens, it was all bullshit and LARP and crap and all this fucking nonsense, then all these fucking people, all the people fighting in Gaza, they're fighting because they think there's this whole axis of resistance got their back, that they're fighting for something. And if it's not bullshit, then these fucking people deserve to die. Because they're encouraging these people to fight for a cause that they have no chance of winning because this axis of resistance they think has their back is bullshit. And no one's gonna fucking do anything. And this is why I can bomb around the shit, fuck them, kill them all. Show the world these people are just LARPing. They can't help you. So they're like, oh shit, like no one's coming for us, no one can help us, no one's gonna do anything, nope, no one's gonna help you. So look, go, we're taking your land, go away. We don't want to kill you, but you can't stay here. Go to America, go to Europe. I hear they're taking Haitians. Like, Haitians. If they're taking fucking Haitians, I'm sure, Palestinians would be at least an upgrade from Haitians. So that's what's going on. That's the next drop, is Israel's going to bomb the shit out of Iran. And Iran's either going to do something or not. They supposedly have all this shit, and they're all, okay, let's see it. Let's fucking see it. And it doesn't have to be this way, but at this point, there's just all they're doing is spreading false hope. They're just telling everyone they're going to do something, inspiring people to keep resisting. And, but I don't see anything. So, fuck them up. Just fucking whatever. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, fucking destroy everything. Destroy their whole country, kill all their leaders, just completely fuck their shit up. And then there you go. And then BRICS, are you gonna do something? No? Well, then fuck you too. Fuck all of you. All right, so there you go. It was all LARP. The regime is won. We're all going to the bud pods. Might as well give it the program. Start, renouncing your whiteness and, cutting your dicks off and just give it the program because, yeah, everything you were waiting for and hoping for and everything you thought was going to have your back. And no, it was all bullshit. No, everyone's going to, it's just fucking QAnon all over again. Remember, trust the plan. It's all going according to the plan. I know it looks like you're losing, but it's actually going according to the plan. Trust the plan. It was all bullshit. Yeah, it's that again. Okay, so, this is the thing. Even if it's bad, no one wants to be told they're dying. No one wants to be told they have a terminal disease that can't be cured. They only have 6 months to live. But it would be irresponsible of a doctor to lie to you and tell you you're going to be fine and wait until you're literally dying, you're throwing up blood. What's wrong with me, doc? You said I was fine. Oh, actually, you've been dying for 6 months. You only have days to live. But I didn't want to hurt your feelings. So I told you were fine. That's horrible. That's probably criminal, by the way. But the thing is, if you know you're dying, you have time to process it. You have time to settle your affairs. You have time to enjoy the rest of your life before things become so bad that you have nothing to do. But if you think everything's fine until you're throwing up blood and checking yourself into the hospital, only to be told you have days to live, now you don't have time to do all those things. Instead of enjoying the end of your life, you were just kind of trudging along, not really thinking about the future, and now you're going to be dead in a few days. And for what? To spare your feelings? So if everything's fucked, if the regime is won, I want to know. I want to know if this shit is a LARP or not. Because if it's a LARP, then I got some planning to do. I got some affairs to settle. Because I'm not fucking dying a slave. But right now, I got a lot of people selling some hope. But I'm not seeing it. So unfortunately, the only way to expose this is to basically you got to fucking the January 6th protest that exposed the bullshit. All the people were trusting the plan and thought something was going to happen, and not only did nothing happen, it was a setup. All the people who went to the protest were arrested, and they're still in prison to this day. And you know what? Fuck Trump and fuck all the people who allowed that to happen. Because people were there because they had hope. They thought Trump was going to do something about the stolen election, and they just got arrested for doing shit that the left does all the time. So these hope merchants who sell bullshit, fuck them, because they're not just hurting themselves. They're setting up people who legitimately trust them and have faith in them to just completely eat shit. But the people who showed up for Trump on January 6th, they're in jail. The people who showed up for Bolsonaro,
all of them are.
Yeah, they're all in jail.
Fuentes and that other guy.
Yeah, the ones who basically turned and became FBI assets. So yeah, these fucking people who they talk like there's a plan, they talk like they're going to do something, everybody trusts them, everybody follows them, and then they just do nothing, and then watch their followers get killed or arrested. This shit needs to stop. So and the only way to stop it is you gotta fuck their shit up. You have to expose the LARP. So all these people, this axis of resistance, Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas, and they're all going to do this thing. All right, well, we're going to find out in the next couple days when Israel bombs the shit out of them. Now, if Iran just bombs the shit and doesn't do anything, oh, we're going to do something someday. No, you're not. What the fuck are you waiting for? They fucking destroyed your nuclear sites, they destroyed your oil fields, they destroyed military bases, they killed your leaders. What the fuck are you waiting for? What line do they have to cross before you launch your fucking missiles? Let Israel know, because they'll cross it just to fucking see what you do. And that'll be that. That'll be the end of the LARP. And look, if you're a Muslim, that's gonna be a pretty bad day when you realize but the thing is wouldn't you rather know? Wouldn't you rather know that oh shit, we're basically fucked and we're gonna have to cut a deal because nobody's gonna fight for us. It's all bullshit. That's not a good place to be in. It's like being told you have terminal cancer and you have 6 months to live. You need to know the truth. You can plan accordingly. If you know that Israel is gonna destroy anyone who resists them and nobody can stop them because everybody's a fucking pussy, then you need to probably leave. It sucks. Oh, this is your home. Yeah, but you can't defeat the United States and Israel at the same time. You're just some fucking guy. So get on a plane, go to fucking some town in Ohio, and go eat some pets. Whatever. And it's all the white people complaining about all the migrants. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. All right, so fuck you. Just enjoy your pets getting eaten, your daughter's getting raped, whatever. The only cure for weakness is pain. So enjoy the pain. This is the suffering your weakness has brought you. So savor it, relish it, marinate in it. Let the suffering and pain seep into your pores until you decide you're gonna not be a pussy anymore. And that's the only chance basically we have. We have to suffer. The hard times have to come. It's only through the hard times will the strong men arise. So just embrace the hard times because they're coming. But being told oh no guys, the hard times aren't coming because so and so's gonna do something. Just trust the plan. How many times are you gonna fall for that? I don't know. And look, maybe Iran maybe they're just really, really patient. And they're totally going to do a thing. If Israel attacks them, they're going to have their air defense missiles shoot it all down, and they're going to launch their big blanket, their sky blanketing barrage of missiles. And they're going to fucking destroy them, maybe. But you know what? We're going to find out in a couple days. No more we'll see. No more of that bullshit. We're gonna find out in a couple days. If Israel fucks Iran up, Iran doesn't do anything, then just I hope Israel kills them all. Just keep bombing them every time. Like, oh, we're gonna do like fucking anytime some dipshit from the Iranian government's like, oh, we're gonna retaliate at a time and a place we're choosing. I want Israel to triangulate that transmission and bomb that place immediately. I want them to be live on camera as the explosion goes off and kills everyone in the room. Every time some retard talks about how they're gonna do something someday, I hope an explosion happens and kills everyone in the room. Until someone either does something or admits that they're not going to ever do anything because they were fucking bullshitting you the whole time. Because then the people of the region can have a conversation, an actual realistic conversation of what their actual options are. But as long as they believe in the LARP, they're going to keep getting led astray like QAnon, mounting these resistance movements, thinking that they got this big machine behind them to support them when they don't.
Yo, I gotta run, but I was wondering, you said that you're traveling this week. You want to do it on Monday morning, on Monday, like at 11?
That's not enough time. I mean, we do the show on Saturday, and then Sunday, and then Monday, and then it's like, what, like 1 day of news? That's not really going to be enough to talk about.
Yeah, we don't really talk about news on Saturday.
Well, I don't know. It seems like Monday's too soon.
What about any of the evenings or Tuesday
No,
or Thursday?
I'm going to be gone. I got to leave. I got to pack up and leave Tuesday, like early Tuesday afternoon. And I'm going to be gone until Friday. And I'm going to be,
It's a multiple day business trip.
Yeah, I'm going to be flying most of it, but I'll have my laptop with me, so I'll be able to do my newsletter, but I won't be able to do in streams. So I will be able to do the Wednesday. I should be back by Saturday, but I won't be able to do the Wednesday stream.
What are you doing? Going to Israel to get your marching orders?
No.
I figured you were.
No, I'm not going to. Like, I don't have any. Like, here's the thing. I don't really have a dog in the fight when it comes to Israel. I support BRICS.
I know, dude. I was making a joke.
Yeah, I know. I support. Look, I like the idea of the multipolar world. I think is good for the world. Like, America used to stand for freedom and liberty, but as soon as they became the sole superpower and started waving their dick around, what did they do? They're like, hey, let's push progressivism onto the whole world. Let's spread feminism and butt sex. Like, this kind of shit.
And all the unsustainable spending.
Right, because they can force everybody to accept their bonds. They can cannibalize the rest of the world and just force their inflation onto them, because otherwise they'll sanction them, launch a color revolution, so on and so forth. This is an unsustainable thing. But the problem is, there has to be some type of threat that the empire respects in order to do any kind of. There has to be a tension of equals. If there's one party that's overly dominating the other, there won't be any respect for any rights or freedom. In order for there to be rights and freedom, there has to be tension between equals. And in the Machiavellian, it talks about this. Like, if you have a city state or some type of government thing, if the government respects your power, they're going to respect your rights. Like, if you have, like, let's say a no-go zone, and you have a lot of men who are prepared to resist if the government steps over a line, they're going to leave you the fuck alone. They're basically like, yeah, I know we passed, like the Amish or the Orthodox. Like, they'll pass all these feminist laws and they'll just ignore them. And they'll just treat with them. And the government won't do anything, because if they try anything, they're going to get a lot of pushback, and it's not worth it. So even though these laws say such and such, if the men are united and prepared to resist, and it's not worth it to the government to interfere, they're going to leave them alone. Now, what if the men got weak? What if the men let their pimp hand grow weak, and the government no longer fears them? Well, then they're going to start enforcing these laws against them. And it's not because, like, the government changed; it's because your strength has changed. You become weak. You're no longer instilling fear in the government, a healthy amount of respect. And that's the problem: is the U.S. government doesn't fear anyone. So that's why I think BRICS is a good thing. I think the multipolar world is a good thing. But this idea of they're gonna, I don't know what the fuck's happening. What's gonna happen to Iran is a good thing. I know it doesn't seem like it, but like this whole we're gonna do it someday. Fuck this shit. It's time to shit or get off the pot.
No more time for that. The pistol Ray shot out the bullet Ray shot out the pistol.
Yes, so whatever. Like, it is what it is. I'm tired of the LARP. I'm tired of the trust the plan. I'm tired of the cope. Like, if we don't have the means to resist and we're fucked, I want to know that. I want to, like, if there's no hope, then, like, here's the thing. Before 2022, before the Ukraine war, I was talking about creating a no-go zone or getting a homestead in the woods or something. That was my plan, because I didn't see any kind of path. Then when the Ukraine war broke out and BRICS started growing, okay, there's a path here. There's a path here where freedom could exist, where the regime doesn't dominate the world. But if that path is false, if that path is bullshit, I want to know that, because then I'm going to need to readjust my plans. So that's the thing. Like, false hope is worse than nothing. Like, I'm not talking about despair. I'm talking like when somebody tells you, again, if you have terminal cancer and some guy convinces you that he can cure cancer with bullshit, and you start believing him, and you start, like, spending all your money and time trying to cure your cancer with bullshit, not only are you harming yourself and wasting your money, you're also probably making yourself sick, and it's not going to do anything. It would be better if that guy just left you alone so you could go live out the rest of your life. But he lied to you, wasted your time, wasted your money, made you sick for no reason, for no benefit, and then you died of cancer anyway. And so I want these snake oil salesmen who are shilling their false hope to be exposed if they're full of shit. If they're not full of shit, and this is like a generational boomer problem where these boomers are like trying to play 3D chess or something with some type of strategic bullshit,
Okay.
Then I applaud Israel forcing them to act. Just fucking attack them and see what they do.
All right. We're done. I gotta go. That's it. Bye.